So I want to say welcome to the Artist Opportunity Grant panel meeting, to all the applicants and members of our community who are in attendance today. The Artist Opportunity Grant Program empowers Montgomery County, Ohio artists to advance their careers through professional development opportunities and the creation of new works. This program is made possible by funding from Montgomery County and processed by Montgomery County Arts and Cultural District. This grant is administered by CultureWorks. Montgomery County artists can request grants for up to $5,000 to complete projects taking place between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2025. With the support of Montgomery County Board of Commissioners, the MCACD has provided $75,000 for this year's grant cycle. This is more than we have ever received from Montgomery County. I'd like to thank the commissioners and the county for their deep and ongoing commitment to cultivating arts and culture for the betterment of our community. I'm going to turn it over at this point to our president and CEO, Lisa Hanson.
Thank you, Ren. I would like to personally welcome all of you today as well. This is a busy time of year, so we want to thank all of our panelists for their hard work and their commitment to this process, and to each of you, whether you're an applicant today, whether you are just listening in to learn and understand the process, we welcome each and every one of you. One of the things that we want to talk about, and I referred to those that might be listening in, is some of you may be considering applying in the future. And so today is an important step for you, because I think you learn a lot by listening to the discussion and understanding how to go about that application process as you witness how the discussions take place here today. MCACD and CultureWorks want applicants to do well during the application and review process. Your questions and feedback help us to ensure we're meeting the community's needs. And to those community members, board members, and county representatives in attendance, we thank you for your support, everything you do to uplift the arts in our community. I encourage you to reach out to CultureWorks. Ren at cultureworks.org is Rachel Evans' need contact information that's clearly stated on our website. So feel free to reach out to her. She's wonderful about having those conversations and guiding you through the process. In keeping with the MCACD and CultureWorks' commitment to transparency, an independent panel of artists, grant writers, and community members evaluate applications and make funding recommendations. In an effort to ensure a fair and detail-oriented review, the panel was split into two teams, giving each panelist no more than 13 applications to review. Each team included artists and professionals, an experienced grant writer, and a team member. Before I hand the baton back over to Ren to introduce our panel today, I just want to again thank everybody involved in the process. My thanks to Montgomery County, the commissioners, and all of the staff at MCACD for the commitment to our artists and making this funding available, and to all of the effort that you make in making sure this is a fair, transparent process and to uplift the arts. And now at this time, I'm going to hand the baton back over to Ren.
Thank you, Lisa. And thank you very much for making the time to be here this morning. I really appreciate it and your leadership here. So I'm going to begin by introducing the panel. Vicki Fanberg is the team leader of our first team. I call them the gray team. You can call them team A, whichever you prefer. She has reviewed applications for us in the past. And she has a strong background in arts administration, and you may be familiar with much of what she does in the area. We're really super appreciative to have Vicki here. Kevin Harris is an artist in printmaking and photography who teaches and exhibits across the region. And Courtney Young has experience in grant writing and is a experienced writer. And we're super grateful to Courtney for being here because came in very last minute for us and really been fortunate to have her with us today. The blue team, or Team B, Jenny Cruz is the team leader. She will be joining us a little later. She is a professor of piano and the chair of fine and performing arts at Central State University. Lorraine Anthony is a practicing vocalist with a wide range of experience working with the public, from social services to law enforcement. She will also be joining us later. And also on Team B is Martha Harris. Very lucky and grateful to have you, Martha. Martha is the development director at Discover Classical and a very experienced grant writer. So looking forward to your comments as well, Martha. So thank you to all of our panelists for being here. Finally, our panel chair, Desiree, also known as the Silent Poet, is a spoken word artist and a community organizer. Desiree served as a panelist for this program and also as a panelist for 3 years, yes, and then joins us for the second time as the panel chair. And she will be facilitating the discussions and overseeing our proceedings here today as I back into the role of logistical support. And at this time, I will hand the commentary over to our panel chair, Desiree.
Thank you so much. It was so awesome to hear from both of you this morning. So good morning. The purpose of today's panel meeting is to provide panelists with an opportunity to hear each other's perspectives and for artists to hear specific feedback about their applications. Attendees should keep in mind that today's discussions will move quickly. However, panelists have conducted a thorough review and initial scoring of applications over the course of several weeks prior to today's meeting. To ensure that there is sufficient time to discuss all applications, panelists will not address all areas of each application in their comments, but will focus on primary strengths and areas of improvement with goals that applicants are able to improve their grant writing and chances in the future, regardless of today's outcome. For non-applicants who are considering applying in the future, we hope today's review gives you some perspective on the process and an idea of what makes a strong application. Cultural Works offers grant writing workshops, which are announced on their Apply for Funding webpage. And those workshops, along with today's public session, can go a long way in demystifying the grant writing process. Audience members may only observe the meeting and will not be permitted to interact with panelists or to provide any additional information during the review process. The panelists are rather offering you insight into improvements that might be made in future applications. Prior to the panel meeting, panelists were asked to identify any conflicts of interest with applicants. Panelists do not score or discuss applications from applicants with whom they have a conflict. In such instances, a panelist will be removed from the discussion and placed in the waiting room. The panel of 6 has been split into 2 teams of 3. Culture Works has initiated a policy of a panelist being asked to review no more than 15 applications in an effort to ensure they have enough time to read closely, review applicant responses and revise feedback, and follow through on all linked materials. So today's meeting will proceed as follows. The panel will discuss 26 applications one at a time in order of randomly assigned application ID numbers. The discussion of each application will last up to 8 minutes. At the beginning of each discussion, panelists will have declared a conflict of interest with the applicant will be temporarily removed from the meeting. I am the primary reviewer who will begin the discussion by presenting the application's major strengths and areas for improvement. Once the primary reviewer has concluded their remarks, I will open the floor to the other panelists to add comments and discuss. There will be 2 short breaks and a 30-minute lunch break during the public session. Panelists may use their breaks to adjust their scores if needed and to make additional notes. Once the panel has discussed all applications, we will enter a closed session, at which time audience members will be asked to leave. During the closed session, panelists submit their final scores, review the applicant rankings from highest average score to lowest, and determine their funding recommendations. The closed session is scheduled to last from 2:30 to 4:15. Unlike years previous, we will not reopen the virtual meeting to the public to allow applicants to see the panel's funding recommendations. Please note, the Artist Opportunity Grant Program of Montgomery County does not award partial grants. Applicants selected to receive funding are funded in full, except in cases where a specific budget item is found to be unallowable. A total of $75,000 is available. Any leftover funding will be rolled into next year's cycle. Shortly after the meeting, all applicants will receive an email notifying them of whether or not the panel has recommended them for funding. Those who the panel has determined not to receive funding will have the option of scheduling a one-on-one meeting with Culture Works Director of Grant Making and Impact to review feedback and discuss the application process. The grant panel's recommendations for funding are subject to final review and approval by the Montgomery County Arts and Cultural District Board. Grantees, those who do receive funding, will receive notification of their final funding status by email early December. Grantees will be required to attend an onboarding session with Culture Works, Director of Grant Writing and Impact to review grant requirements, any updates to the budget and financial information, and the panel's feedback on the application. During this meeting, each grantee will also review and complete the grant agreement. Pending any required updates, grant payments will be distributed beginning in January. Woo! Here we go. I hope you all are woke this morning.
Desiree, just before we officially begin, I wanted to kind of add one more comment, which is just that the emails to those who do receive funding will go out by the end of tomorrow. So within a day, you will know if as an applicant. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Okay.
Perfect. And right now it is 9:43. We're going to get started with our first applicant. And the reviewer is Vicki Fanberg? I'm sorry, Vicki, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Applicant, all right, applicant 020716.
All right, this project is for an emerging artist that's working in floral arrangements. The project consists of traveling to Mexico to participate in a workshop led by Gabriela Salazar, who grows her own flowers for her arrangements. The project that the artist is pursuing aligns well with her own work, both in the practice of how it happens and then also the outputs of it. When it comes to the impact and career on the artist's work, I think it's pushes some boundaries in her medium and can definitely change how their work is being created. And then there's an element of there of also like growing the flowers and stuff. So I think that there's some good, I guess, scientific background that comes into having successful outputs. So those pieces of the application were strong. There was a lot of parallels that were driven to kind of support that aspect of it. When we got into the public benefit part, the only real benefit that was communicated was just social media presence and then sales of future works. So the audience demographic really wasn't very well defined. And then also new audiences. The applicant spoke about engaging new audiences, but that also wasn't really defined. I wasn't shown evidence of who those people are, how they're being reached, and then the types of engagement that's actually happening. The use of the funds, the budget aligns with expectations for what they were doing. So I didn't really have questions about specific items. The timeline that was presented was really just focused on the timeline of the actual workshop, the traveling to the workshop, how the workshop unfolds, and then returning. But there wasn't details to support like what happens after the workshop and how this engages more with the public. So I think thinking more about the output of the workshop, like what comes of that and how that really affects our region, is where it was kind of lacking overall within the use of funds and public benefit together. I really would like to see more on that. You know, overall, I would say the applicant has determination and skill and creativity, and there was evidence supporting that. But just the more in-depth look of how how the work connects to a larger community and then elevates art in our region would be good to be explored.
Thank you, Vicki. Would any of the other panelists like to add in any comments?
Yes, I agree with your thoughts about the public benefits for it. And in my comments, I made some suggestions that the artist might consider. Is that something that's acceptable to do on my end? One thing I thought there was a reference or a suggestion of the benefits of green space mentioned in the proposal. And that might be something that the artist could promote in that sense. Also wondering if the artist could share what was gained in the workshop by creating workshops of her own locally.
Thank you, Kevin. Courtney?
Yes, thank you, Desiree. I agreed with a lot of what Vicki shared with us. In particular, I thought one of the strongest parts of this application was the communication of a strong and dynamic mission and purpose, in particular themes of beauty, aging, and death, as complementary to themes of humanity, as well as a strong theme around time. Moreover, the work as a way to grieve the loss of a child is also particularly strong. In terms of suggestions moving forward, the application may have been strengthened by a bit more information regarding her business at the 2-year mark. Moreover, the application says, quote, "I started a business, a small flower farm called Backlot Buds, in 2022. I'm really interested in sort of KPIs around the business, and that may enhance a pitch for this workshop. Also, the budget was very reasonable. I thought the expense documentation was a bit blurry, however, but overall, I found this to be a very, very strong application.
Thank you, Courtney. All right. We kind of a little bit over, but we're doing good. And the next, is there any more comments before we move forward to the next applicant? All right. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Courtney and Vicki. Vicki, are you ready for the next applicant as well?
Yeah, I'm in the hot seat right off the start
yes,
here.
you are. You are.
Yeah.
Applicant 020717.
This project is for a professional artist that's working in printmaking. The project consists of traveling to Cleveland for a printmaking workshop, specifically exploring the use of more eco-friendly materials. The the process and materials learned essentially will be captured with the intent on sharing the skill set and the knowledge on for the Montgomery County community. The applicant clearly defined their goals as their personal time to outside of their regular professional life to explore doing more work, but also focusing on learning the new technologies in printmaking that are eco-friendly. The residency allows both of these things to happen and allows the artist that time and space to create new work. In terms of the public benefit, the artist had a clear plan and the ability to share learned technologies locally through workshops and classes, and they did a really good job of specifically identifying who those audiences are and how it was going to happen. The use of the funds provided a clear timeline, the budget, and evidence and ability to carry all of that through did not leave any questions for me. I felt like I knew exactly their intent and what was going to happen and when it was going to happen and who for. So it really addressed all of the important questions of who, what, when, where, and how the project was going to be. Their ask was very specific only to what they needed. They did not ask for the entire funds available to ask for it. So it was, I think, thoughtful and frugal in what they wanted to support. And so overall, I thought the artists had a clear plan that benefited their own artistic knowledge base with the opportunity to share it with the community, and that they only requested what they needed. So I thought it was a strong application on all aspects of it.
Thank you, Vicki. So at this time, is there any comments or questions that anybody wants to add? Go ahead, Courtney.
Hi, thank you so much. I agree with a lot of what Vicki said. In particular, I thought this was a strong application. Specifically, I thought the applicant presented a very strong case for the opportunity, which I thought was great. I did have a question around the budget. Specifically, the budget did not include an expense breakout, which would have been helpful and would have grounded the request. For example, $1,500 is listed as, quote, other funds. There's a curiosity there as to where these other funds would come from. Would they come from grants, donors, or in kind? And the timeline was rather vague, but overall, the application was quite strong for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Courtney. Is there any other comments before we move along?
Yes, I agree.
you.
That was a strong application, clearly stated goals. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay, Kevin. Thank you so much for jumping in. I appreciate everybody's comments so far. Thank you. All right. Vicki, you're one more time. You're like boom, boom, boom.
All
So
right.
for
Okay.
let me say the applicant's
Mhm.
number is 020704. All right, Vicki, whenever you're ready.
All right, this one is also a professional artist working in paint and in caustics, wishing to travel to France for a residency. They've already been accepted into this residency, which brings in artists from around the world. The artist is really seeking feedback and inspiration from other working artists and has chosen this opportunity so that they can potentially have global results within their work and their feedback. They did a good job at really trying to create the case of why it is important to work with other creatives and get feedback from peers, and also how having that feedback but in a more global stage can be beneficial to their own work. The public benefit, a lot of what was discussed were their past activities, which does show that they have experience showing their works. But when they really kind of dug into having artist talks, those were kind of centered around the encaustic workshops which I realize is what the artist is working in currently, and is what they want to work on where they're at the residency. However, the residency itself is not technique driven, so there was I felt a little bit of misalignment on what the residency was doing in relation to what they were doing when they got back. There were also comments about sharing with other artists the experience of going away, and how that, and participating in a residency, and how that can help them. They created a timeline that was realistic, but it was also kind of minimal. So there wasn't a lot of detail in the timeline. There was again, information about the having pop-up exhibits and artists talked, but there wasn't really specific plans on how those were going to be executed. And when I say that, because this will end up being a common theme, I think, through some of my feedback with all the artists, is really identifying a lot of what's being presented is about engaging the public through artist talk or exhibits, but there's not a lot of thought put into, like, who is coming, right? If this is an exhibit or an artist talk, like, who are you trying to get there, and how are you getting them there to begin with, right? Like, who's your target audiences, and what do you want them to walk away from? And if you're giving a talk, like, what's your agenda? What's your topic for the day? Like, I'd really like to see those things, because otherwise it you don't want it just to be like a vacation slideshow. I want to see the meat of what those important topics are going to be that are discussed. So I think there's a need to kind of streamline the goals and expectations. Again, like between whether it's you're talking about technique within your artist talk, or you're going to really pursue just that experience of getting away. So streamline those, and then and really kind of create that clear connection between the experience of the residency and what it is that you're bringing back to the community.
Thank you, Vicki. That was really good. Courtney?
Thank you, Desiree. I agree with a lot of what Vicki said, specifically sort of identifying sort of audience versus community, and sort of what both of those things mean to each applicant would strengthen the applications. But overall, with respect to this application, I thought it was incredibly strong, from the work samples to the rationale to the vision and the mission. I thought this was an incredibly strong application.
Thank you, Courtney. Kevin, did you have any comments you want to share?
I also think it was a strong application. I think the global travel experience is valuable to bring back to the Dayton community. And I like the idea of pursuing other ideas, other ways that the experience could be shared with the public in terms of workshop talks, exhibition of work produced at the residency, and that sort of thing. And then, of course, being able to interact with 20 other artists from around the world brings back more experience to Dayton.
Thank you so much. Any more comments, or how you guys feeling? Courtney, thank you so much. Vicki, thank you so much. Next up, we have Kevin Harris, who will be taking over the next applicant, application 020745.
Thank you. This artist is proposing an exhibition of drawings and jewelry. I think there's a well-stated plan to realizing the exhibition in terms of going about creating the work and identifying the material needs, the equipment needs to produce that work. There is a venue suggested for exhibiting the work. It wasn't clear to me if there was a specific exhibition space, since it mentions the Dayton Metro Library, and I wasn't sure if that was the main library or a branch location or other location. I would also encourage the artists to look at other possible exhibition venues for their work. The work is accomplished. I was curious as to there's a talk about two-dimensional work in jewelry, and I was wondering if those were going to somehow be combined in some way. To my understanding, artwork, the two-dimensional artwork would show examples of the jewelry, and I was wondering if there was going to be a more multimedia or mixed media aspect to the presentation. I think the budget statement is clear. It's pretty well outlined in terms of the materials that are required for it. And hold on, reading the other part of my notes here. The timeline is clear and feel that it's achievable, and the goals are clearly stated. Thank you. I'll open it up to anyone else.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said. Again, I really dig into our rubric that we're provided and try to analyze, did they put out in the application the pieces that we need to create this funding? And so really in each section, I did have just additional questions, and it really came down with I felt like there was a lot of statements given about, the opportunity providing chances to network with other artists, but I wasn't really given evidence of how that was going to happen. It was kind of implied. I think that's a big challenge. There's a lot of things from applications that we can infer that they mean, but I really want to see it in the application itself so that we can be fair across the board. So I'd like to know, what is happening exactly that allows them to network with other artists. Again, there was a section within their workshops that are in their creation process that they would be able to get feedback from other audiences and that they're looking for, but how are they getting the feedback? Is it just waiting for somebody to make a comment, or are they asking engaging questions, or is there, what is the format for that actually to happen? And then also how and where is this work actually shared? That isn't specific, and I think it needs to be a little more clear so that we can have some faith in that these things can actually happen.
Thank you, Vicki. Thank you, Kevin. Courtney, would you like to add anything?
I have nothing further to add on this application. Thank you, Kevin and Vicki.
Awesome. So let's for a second, let's take a little bit of time for the panelists to update notes and scores. And then in a little bit, we'll get started with the next application. All right, let's give each other a couple more minutes and then we'll get started with our next application. And if Courtney Young could get herself ready, that would be awesome. All right. So our next application is application 020741. And the panelist for that one is Courtney Young. You're still on mute.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. So this application is to complete or show new work. The artistic medium of this applicant includes acrylic and spray paint, as well as digital art. And this project, quote, aims to honor local legends through the innovative use of bleach art, creating a unique medium that brings their stories to life. Overall, I thought this was a strong application. The work samples were good. And this applicant has a really, really strong mission and vision. Quote, their work is a fusion of realistic portraits and cultural references, drawing inspiration from hip hop, film, and music, striving to pay homage to those who often go unrecognized, capturing their essence through vibrant imagery. A couple things that I thought would make the application stronger was understanding how the applicant chooses their subjects. For example, the applicant states the opportunity I am pursuing culminates in a public display in June of next year, providing a platform to honor and celebrate individuals within my community. This project is significant for me because it allows me to give flowers to those whose stories often go untold. End quote. I'm just interested in what that process is for choosing these people, how you choose these subjects. Moreover, I was also thinking the application could have been strengthened by a bit more specificity. For example, quote, as I continue to develop my practice, I am committed to addressing social issues relevant to the artistic community. What exactly are those social issues that are relevant to the artistic community? That was a question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. I would love to open the floor for Vicky or Kevin.
I really don't have any additional ones because I think Courtney hit exactly on the head the questions that I had, really just because the engagement with the I guess I'll call them subjects is so strong to the output of the project. Knowing how that comes about would really strengthen the application to know, who's participating, why they're participating, how were they chosen. The concept of the project I think is fantastic, but just a little more evidence on how that part's going to be executed would help greatly.
The way I interpreted the proposal was that the artist would interact with community members to identify people that might be recognized in the artwork. I was curious about how the artist is going to bring together the T-shirt concept, and I believe it also suggested a mural would be created. I was wondering if there were ways to use the process, the bleach process, to create a mural instead of just with T-shirts. What would happen with the T-shirts? Would the T-shirts be takeaways? Would they be worn? Would they be part of an exhibition? But how could that same process or method be used on other materials to make something potentially more permanent for display? And where, if there were going to be a mural created, where that mural would be created. I also think that because that bleach technique is really popular nowadays, it would be good if the artist would be able to provide workshops for that for the community as part of the public benefit.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Vicky. And also thank you again, Courtney, for holding space for that. We are a little above our time. but that also gives us a bigger break as well. So we can think about those things as well. But I am going to go ahead and go on to the next applicant, and that is applicant 020712. And the panelist for that is Kevin Harris.
Thank you. I'm still unmuted. This artist is proposing a photographic exhibition through American cities and national parks, working in Appalachia and the Midwest and the Western United States. There are two potential exhibition sites identified in the area, AVAC Gallery and Whimsy Depot. The artist is proposing to do work that compares or contrasts urban and rural environments. Not fully clear on how that would come across in the work. I would also like to see more specific destinations listed. There's Pittsburgh is identified, and a trip to Salt Lake City, and I'm assuming it's to fly to Salt Lake City and then drive back and develop the photography along the way. There is a public benefit listed as to doing photographic workshops and using photography for a storytelling aspect. I would like to learn more about how the artist plans to tie together or compare the urban and rural environment and human interaction in those environments. The photography is beautiful, but one of the examples is a much earlier work. I would have liked to have seen more recent work from this artist.
Thank you, Kevin. Is there any other comment? Go ahead, Vicki.
I just have to agree with Kevin on everything. I think in each category, just more detail about what it is, how these specific landscapes that the artist is going to photograph, like how do they become this body of work that is talking about rural and urban, just beyond the fact that they are rural and urban, right? Like I guess I want to see more detail of what it is that they're trying to achieve, and then just each point along the way, just more evidence in supporting the claims that the artist has.
Thank you, Vicki. Courtney, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I agree with my panelists, but I do like the juxtaposition between rural and urban sort of environments and sort of topology. Really like that. Also really like the specificity in the budget. This applicant really broke down sort of like the car rentals and sort of like how this applicant came up with the figures. So I really appreciated that specificity there.
I did have a budget question. There was a segment on having the work printed, I believe, and there was a list of number of prints. I was wondering if that was to print multiples of a particular image or the cost of printing separate images, but in quantities of 20, if that makes sense. I wasn't clear on that from the proposal.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any more comments before we move to the next applicant? All right. So next up is applicant 020801. And the panelist that will be speaking on that application is Courtney Young. We're both on mute. We're both on mute. You're on mute, Courtney.
Wonderful. Can you repeat that number again?
It is 020801.
I am.
Courtney, it'll be 714.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank
Vicki.
you.
I was just about to add that. Yeah, it's one of the situations where the number provided the applicant is different from the number in our portal.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I thought it was me. Sorry.
You are not going crazy.
Thank you. Thank you. So for this application, this is a professional development application for a professional artist who works in watercolor and is an acrylic painter. This overall, this application was incredibly thorough and was rooted in specificity. This applicant is applying for funding to attend an artist residency, quote, to travel to Vancouver Island to participate in an artist residency. I left this application feeling very rooted in what this applicant wanted to do, how she was going to do it, and feeling very certain that it would get done. I had no real questions or concerns, and overall, thought it was just very good and very well done.
Thank you, Courtney. Will Kevin or Vicky like to add any comments?
I
I
agree
would,
with Courtney. I'm sorry, go ahead, Vicky.
no, you're fine. You're fine.
I
Go.
was gonna, I agree with Courtney. I thought the application was very well stated. All the goals were very well stated and everything was achievable. Everything was clear to me.
Vicky, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I would. So, the only things that I would add where I think that there could be some more information given is there is a comment about having new exposure to art galleries and organizations, and it was presented as a statement, but without the evidence of art, who those new art galleries and organizations are, and how that was going to happen, or why and under what context. And then also on the public benefit, it focuses on how the result of the artwork can kind of, I guess, really bring to light some of the changes in the forests of Vancouver, and I guess just kind of that, like, almost like deforestation and some of the other issues maybe that they've had in that area. But again, like the specific audience being communicated to isn't clearly identified. So if this is an exhibit, who's coming, how are those audiences being reached, so that you're, I guess in essence, it's not just, preaching to the choir, or it's just friends and family showing up. And I say that again, I just want to point out to anybody that's listening to the panel today that this is a lot of across the board. Like, I think knowing who those audiences are, and if we're trying to get new audiences, like how are we getting those new audiences? Because a lot of this stuff is really important to share and participate in, but we need to know how to reach them and how to get them to see the things that these artists are doing. So I think that could be a little bit more developed and defined of who those audiences are, and how they're being reached.
Thank you, Vicky. Is there any more comments that anyone would like to share or add? Kevin or Courtney? All right, so let's give our panelists a moment to kind of go through and update any of their comments or scoring. Thank you to Courtney, Vicky, and Kevin. This will take us into our first break. Our time we're moving a little fast here, but I figure it all starts to make sense in a very quick minute. Ren, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, just some basic comments, I think, for applicants and attendees who are in the room. That we will take a break until 10:50 and get us back on schedule. And you're welcome just to stay signed in. Panelists, if you also stay signed in, but camera and sound off, that's fine. And you can have this time to kind of review comments. I would like to add too, just a reminder to everybody that in an effort to kind of demystify the grant writing process, that it does help to hear examples of what is strong in the application alongside areas for improvement, and to, for the panelists to please feel free to give as many examples like we as you can. We've been going under each time, and I know it feels kind of like 8 minutes is not a lot of time. So I've been pushing everybody to like condense it, but I think we actually have been falling, a little short. So we do have extra time. And moving forward into the rest of the review, I would actually encourage you to include more examples out of the applications, because we have people in the room who are listening who did not even apply this time but are looking to apply in the future. And so to kind of help them have a stronger sense of what makes a good application or what areas they may want to watch for in the future, like to give them examples of both would be really helpful. And I just want to say I thank you to the panel thus far, because the feedback overall really has been objective. It's been grounded in the applications themselves and in the details or lack thereof in the application. And I really do appreciate that effort. It's pretty clear to me that you've all done the work. So I just want to say really thank you. That takes a lot of time. And really grateful to each of you for bringing your expertise and your vision to each of these applications. And I think with that, we will take a break until 10:50. So that means we have about a 30-minute break here, and we will re-begin after that break. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here. And Desiree, thank you very much for keeping us on task.
Thank you. So we'll see you guys back at 10:50.
Mm-hmm. For those of you in the room, we'll get started again in about 3 minutes with the second portion of our review for the Artist Opportunity Grant. So welcome, and glad to have so many of you with us today.
Welcome, welcome. We have 1 more minute before we get started. And if you're just now attending, just clicked into the link. This is the Artist Opportunity Grant Panel meeting with Montgomery County. So I'm glad you all are here with us today. So we'll give people time to get back in and we'll get started. And for those that don't know, my name is Desiree. I'm also known as the Silent Poet, and I am your panel chair for this great day, along with Ren, who is our Director of Grant Making and Impact at Culture Works.
And could we also have perhaps the three panelists introduce yourselves real quick? I think that could be helpful.
Whoever would like to start. Courtney, would you like to start?
Sure. Hello, everyone, and good morning. My name is Courtney Young. I'm from Southwest Louisiana, and I am a creative entrepreneur and writer. Specifically, I'm the founder of Quitman Studios, which is a company that houses my creative works, and my primary writing discipline is screenwriting. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Vicki, would you like to go next?
I'm Vicki Famberg. I'm actually from Montgomery County, although I left for a little while and came back. I currently actually work in a lot of philanthropic endeavors for a private donor, but have extensive experience in arts administration through leadership in different organizations in our region, as well as some teaching at college level.
Thank you. And Kevin, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. I'm Kevin Harris. I'm a practicing artist and an art professor at Sinclair Community College, where I teach drawing, printmaking, and digital media.
Perfect. Thank you all. And so we're going to get right into it because now we're back on time, y'all. So here we go. We have applicant 020736, and our panelist that will be doing the review is Vicki Fanberg.
All right, this project is a professional artist working in mixed media. The project is multidisciplinary approach to exploring grief through sculpture, video, photography, and a publication. The artist provided work samples. This was what was interesting. They provided work samples, which were great in showing their quality and craft, but also links to their curatorial experiences, a personal endeavor that they're doing, which for me was kind of good and bad because it wasn't showing their work and this project is for their work. But what I did like about it and appreciate is that it really showed their ability to think in multiple mediums and multidisciplinary aspects of projects, which is specific to the work that they're trying to create. So that essentially it was a good add to include that in there. The content of the work I think is valuable and potentially beneficial but again, audiences are not clearly defined. They really didn't provide the evidence of who we'll be seeing or how that they are reaching those audiences. And furthermore, a little bit of concern because a big portion of this work is to create a body of work that is going to be exhibited, but the venue location has not been solidified. They had some ideas of the venue location, but it hasn't been solidified. And within their budget as well, there is a line item for renting a venue. In this one, I was actually a little torn on. I'll be interested to see the other panelists. They put a number in for renting the venue, not knowing what the venue is or what the rent's going to be, or if they need to spend the money. They did mention that if they do not have to spend the money on that, it would be reallocated towards any of the peripheral construction or readiness of the space and possibly the work. But I guess it kind of made me feel like we were kind of put on the spot a little bit of understanding or being okay with that reallocation because there wasn't anything clear given to us on how we would want to approach that. And then so again, the budget, they showed evidence of the other, the supplies and materials. I think a sound engineer of where the funds were going, but the venue was a little bit concerning. Overall, I would say because the execution of the project really relies on the final exhibit, I do have a little bit concern of not having that solidified or the venue identified. And that would really help a fairly strong application be much stronger.
Thank you, Vicki. Would Courtney or Kevin like to add in any comments?
Yes, I agree with Vicki's concerns about an exhibition location. When I first read of the application, the artist mentioned having an exhibition space, and I initially thought that was where the exhibition of this work would be held. But then when I read through it again, that was no longer clear to me. So I agree with Vicki on that account.
Courtney, would you like to add?
Sure. Yes, I agree with both Vicki and Kevin around that. I think there's a way to state in the applications that though you may not have solidified a space yet, perhaps this is what pricing runs for spaces of this sort of size or during this time of year. There's a way to sort of explain that so that may be helpful to the applicant. Also regarding the timeline, the dates are for 2024, not 2025. So I just wanted to state that as well.
Thank you. Did anybody else have any more comments? All right. Thank you, Courtney. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Vicky, as well. Our next applicant is 020723, and our panelist is Kevin Harris.
Hold on one second.
Did you need the number one more time?
72723.
Yep, 723.
That's right. Right. Mhm. Thanks. I got it. Yes, this artist is proposing an exhibition of work based on specific cultural themes. I thought it was a really well stated proposal with achievable goals. There was idea of presenting three-dimensional work, small scale, and I would be curious to know more specifics about the scale. And there was a reference in the proposal to work that's already been achieved, locally achieved as basically a public work, an exterior work as part of an architectural embellishment. And I would like to see the possibility, I don't really think this is in a proposal, but really like to see the possibility of continuing this series into that aspect to use this motif or this imagery or this style to create more public works in the manner that was presented in the proposal. I think everything is clearly laid out in terms of material needs, identified exhibition venue with expenses covered, and clearly stated the cultural background of the work, which I thought was really important.
Yes, I agree with Kevin. I thought this was an incredibly strong application overall. There were so many sort of parts to pull out that I thought were really strong, but in particular, this line from the proposal really caught me. Quote, "The idea for this project came to me during that liminal space between sleep and consciousness. Prior to this revelation, I had been searching for a way to extend my work beyond the home decor accessories I had been manually producing up till now. I found that my work was resonating with people, but I wanted to make a more meaningful impact beyond selling products." So there were a lot of lines throughout the proposal like that that really rooted me as a reader in sort of the mission of this artist, what this artist applicant aims to achieve, and how she aims to do it. So I found myself with very little questions about this application.
I agree with Kevin on the scale of the work and then how can it be used in the future, because that is part of what we're supposed to be assessing of like, how does this affect their future abilities to grow? And so, you know, some thought of maybe how doing this on a scale could become a reality later would be nice to have some clarification if that's where the artist is thinking in that direction. My other comment came to on the public benefit side, the public workshops and high school workshops. I guess I have questions about there were some you know, details provided in terms of what they would like to happen on these platforms, but no evidence whether this has even been discussed with those organizations or not. And so I guess I'm unclear at this point. Is it just an idea that they're hoping to make happen, or have they had discussions with those venues and those institutions that they would be able to have those workshops happen? Because if they can, that's fantastic. But I'd like to see it. I'd like to know if that's more than just an idea.
Thank
Also,
you, Vicky.
there was a line item for video and photography, and I wasn't clear from the proposal how that tied into the work. I didn't know if it's for documentation of the process as another way of being able to share the work or to share the process. I was curious about that.
Thank you, Kevin. I want to give you guys a couple of minutes to just update any comments and also scores for a couple of seconds before we get into the next applicant. Thank you again, Kevin, Courtney, and Vicky. All right. So next up, our primary reviewer is Courtney Young. Our applicant is 020729. Whenever you are ready, Courtney, you're on mute.
Thank you. So this applicant goes by he, him, his pronouns. The grant is to create and complete or to show new work. The applicant seeks funding to, quote, give me additional knowledge to develop a video series highlighting local wineries and wine entrepreneurs to demystify wine, promote accessibility, and create opportunities for future events to promote local wineries. The applicant also eventually hopes to parlay into a career into the wine industry, and their medium is videography and photography. So in terms of strengths, I thought this applicant conveyed a very strong vision to both make wine more accessible and to also destigmatize it as something inaccessible to certain communities. Moreover, I like the idea that this applicant is seeking mentorship to transition into this new field. But there were a few points that I thought could have been strengthened, particularly around mentorship. I really wanted to know what the particular contours of that mentorship relationship would be and sort of how this applicant met their mentor, sort of what is the cadence of their meeting, how often are they going to meet, and sort of what does this applicant hope to get out of that mentoring relationship. Moreover, the dates in the timeline are for 2024, not for 2025. And I also wondered a bit, because this seems to be a rather significant career shift for the applicant, and I wondered if the category for the application would have been better suited in professional development rather than creating new work. The applicant hopes to create, quote, collecting quirks, and the series will highlight professionals and showcase how wine is made accessible through people in our communities, dispelling the myth that wine is a pretentious or exclusive product. But ultimately, the applicant hopes to curate a series of workshops destigmatizing and making wine more accessible. So I did wonder, perhaps professional development towards that ultimate goal is more suited for this grant. But ultimately, those were my comments. I'd love to hear from my other panelists.
Courtney, I think you articulated very well some of the things I was struggling to put into words. So thank you. I agree. I love that they plan on using a mentor for this. It's not something we saw in a lot of applications, and I thought the mentor was well suited for what they were trying to do. But I do think it was challenging to go through the application and almost feel that the project as a whole acted more of a champion for wine than a champion for storytelling. So there was a lot of different goals that were woven throughout the application, and I really just wanted to see it honed in on the goal of storytelling, and it was kind of muddied up by the other pieces, which made me feel like it maybe it wasn't appropriate for this particular application.
You're on mute, Kevin.
Thank you. Thank you, Courtney, for pointing out the possibility of this leaning towards more professional development. I did see benefits about making wine more, or demystifying wine, and also supporting local small businesses as well as local agriculture through the process. I think the storytelling aspect and the wine advocate kind of have to be tied together to pull this off in that sense. So I agree with you in that sense, Vicki. It was a really interesting concept to me, and it's sort of the documentary aspect of the project. I was curious about that. And I feel that artists is choosing to educate themselves by taking wine courses. I think that's really valuable also.
Thank you, Kevin. Anybody else have anything else to add before we go to the next applicant?
I,
All right.
I guess I have one final little comment just to kind of bridge everybody's comments together, because I think as an application, it is a little bit challenging when you're looking at something that supports storytelling, because you can't tell the story if you're not immersed in what the topic of the story is. And so that's, you know, and so maybe their intent really is getting better at storytelling, but the application was just a little too muddied with like what those goals are to make it really clear for us to feel that.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, Courtney, again for being the primary reviewer. Thank you, Kevin, for your comments. And then we're going into our next applicant. We have applicant 020718, and the primary reviewer is Vicky.
All right, this is a professional artist that is working in textiles that explore themes of feminism in our current culture. The project, and actually I'm juxtaposing them against history and mythology. The project consists of a solo exhibit at a gallery in Columbus, and with support was requested for materials and assistance needed to produce the work for the exhibit. It is a valuable opportunity. I think at any time that an artist has an opportunity to do solo exhibits, and especially when they start getting out of their core community, is always of value for the recognition, for the process, for the arts community as a whole. So I think it is a valuable opportunity for them. I guess some of my questions actually in some ways are more for the grant itself, the intention. There is a portion of this grant that is allocated to pay interns to help with the production of the work. And so on one hand, like I love that opportunity for interns to be able, because then this artist is actually the one acting as the mentor, and usually we see the artist seeking a mentor. So I find that really fascinating, and I think it's a great opportunity for those potential participants that get to do that. I didn't see anywhere in our documentation that we couldn't used funds for that, but it was a little bit unclear, right? Like, I think it's probably outside of normal things we predicted. And what's also interesting of that is I think that there is inherent public value in that by using interns. The artist did not draw that parallel or use that as her one of the support evidences of the public value. And so then what they produced as the public value piece is not even the audiences in Columbus, but the audiences that could happen upon open studio hours that the artist has, and that engagement there. And then that wasn't really developed any further. So I'm not sure like when those hours exactly have, who's coming through, and then what that level of engagement is. Is it just watching production of the work? Is there going to be more information about the content or the process? So I would have liked to see some more communication and evidence of what that part of the project was. Again, the use of the funds, the budget makes sense, and it meets expectations. The gallery is confirmed. It is a really quick timeline. So this gallery confirmation is, I think, in March, so it's only a few months away, which then it kind of tells me why that they want to use the interns because they got to produce a large body in a short amount of time. But I guess, you know, are interns already confirmed? Is there a process for identifying and getting those so that the work can get done in time? Are questions that I have. So I think overall, the artist is showing evidence that they're working to raise their profile in the arts community, and are sharing that experience with emerging artists locally. I can see benefits in how this is far reaching, but would have liked them to identify some of the things that I inferred out of the application.
Thank you, Vicky. At this moment, we're going to open up the floor for Courtney or Kevin.
I can say I definitely agree with a lot of what Vicky said. I think ultimately this application would have been enhanced by more specificity around some of these questions, but I really did like the thinking of sort of acknowledging sort of this burgeoning sort of art downtown artist area in Dayton and sort of First Fridays and them being well attended so this artist can utilize sort of that culture to sort of support their work, which I really like the thinking around utilizing the First Fridays and a burgeoning sort of downtown art culture.
I like that the location of exhibit the work was identified up front as a printmaker. I teach my students, you have to know where you're going to end up. So you have to, in printmaking, you have to kind of start from the end, kind of working backwards, and having this venue identified, I think made it sound and achievable since the artist knows what direction they're going in producing the work. I definitely think the internship program or the internship that the artist would offer is really valuable in terms not just of the experience for the interns, but also as an income opportunity to start to understand that art can be a money-making occupation. So, and the artist stressed that in the statement. So I find value in those aspects of it.
Kevin, thank you, Courtney and Vicky. Is there any last comments before we move forward? Are we all good? All right. So next up, the next applicant is 020746, and our primary reviewer is Kevin Harris.
Thank you. This is an emerging artist who is proposing to create a new body of work based on experiences from the pandemic and exhibit the work in a museum or gallery in the form of a solo show. I was intrigued by the multimedia, mixed media aspect of the work and the complexity that entails. I was had some questions about how that might be achieved, sort of not the physical demands of it, but exactly how all that would come together in terms of metal parts, automotive parts, wood, dyeing. I like the idea that there's so many aspects of this that the artist wants to incorporate in that sense. I thought in that the proposal was well written, especially if the artist has not pursued this sort of opportunity before, because I could follow what their goals were in terms of budget. There was coverage of equipment, but I wondered about, because of the scale of the work that's suggested, if transportation and storage and workspace was also something that needed to be addressed as a budget issue or a budget or a line item. And then exactly where the work would be presented, I think was another question I had about this body of work. There was a suggestion in the work that there would be large scale pieces that represented bison that would surround or be surrounded by smaller scale pieces, but the subject of those smaller scale pieces was not clear to me. I would like more information about that.
Thank you, Kevin. Would Vicky or Courtney like to add any comments?
Yeah, I agree with Kevin on all of the integrity of the artist's work and the show. My biggest concern, and I'm double checking that I am on the right one. I am. My biggest concern with on the budget piece, I believe that they have asked for funds for equipment that exceed what we are allowed to fund.
Okay,
Is
I
that
had
for
to
the,
I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute. I just want to address real quick, Vicky, your question, because they can request up to $500 for equipment per piece of equipment. So they can apply for multiple pieces of equipment, but we will only, Montgomery County will only fund $500 per piece of equipment, and that equipment clearly needs to be tied to the project under discussion being proposed. Yeah. Just for
Yeah.
clarification for everyone.
So if
Yeah,
the equipment amount exceeds the $500 and they don't have other funds that are covering the remainder, then we cannot fund it.
We would have to do a contingency plan. That would be an
Hmm.
example of a contingency plan where we would cover up to $500 for that piece of equipment, with the understanding that they would have to find an alternative form of funding for the remaining costs for that piece of equipment. Yeah. So, I mean, you could, this is one of those examples where you would have to, that would have to go into when I'm onboarding them with the grant agreement, if you all would choose to fund this kind of a situation where that would be addressed in the grant agreement, and they would have to actually update that information accordingly before they would receive any funds. And that would be in the grant agreement.
Okay. And so then I would have a suggestion for the artist that on their particular budget, they could allocate more funding towards their time and less on equipment. Those are really my only comments. I had some clarifications and confusion over that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw off the rhythm, and here I am throwing it off again. I'm sorry, Courtney.
No, I was just gonna say, I agree with Vicky and Kevin. I have nothing further to add on this application.
Thank you, Courtney. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Vicky. So for the next applicant, we do have a conflict of interest. And so we would be removing Kevin Harris out of the Zoom call and bringing in Martha Harris. All right. And as that happens, there we go. Are we good to go, Ren? There we go. All right, perfect. And so our next applicant is 020734, and our primary reviewer is Courtney Young. You're on mute.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful. This applicant goes by he, him, his pronouns. The funding will support the creation and completion of a show or new work. He is a professional artist working in fine art, painting, and drawing. This applicant is applying for funding to create an event in which guests view his work, which contextualizes the impact of the prison system on families, specifically children, while also emphasizing themes of the bond between fathers and sons. Overall, I thought this was an incredibly strong application. In particular, I thought the work samples were very strong, and I thought it was grounded in a strong mission and vision and also in lived experiences. Quote, the applicant roots his practice from deep introspection, rooted in my sincere desire to explore and resolve issues surrounding the notions of identity and manhood. Each piece I create acts as a catalyst for critical thinking, allowing me to gain a better understanding of self. In particular, this applicant is deeply aware of the impact he would like to create, which is grounded in his personal history of having an incarcerated parent. Quote, he says, in my 32 years of living, my father has been incarcerated several times, totaling approximately 15 years of my life. I also like the way the applicant thinks about impact. The applicant specifically said he wanted to spark important dialogue in prison reform, help to educate the public by raising awareness and promoting social justice, and addressing shared traumas and offering hope. These are some of the ways that he envisions the impact that his work will make. And one thing I really appreciate about this application is why the applicant chose the Dayton Public Library as a venue for his work. Quote, he says that the Dayton Metro Library downtown campus is a central location that not only provides ease of access for those who wish to attend, but also is a venue where other events and talks around social justice issues have taken place. So this venue not only has a history of showing works that align with the values he has for his work, but it's also accessible for the types of people and audiences that he would like to attend. I think my one suggestion for this applicant is there were several grammatical errors throughout the application. So just sort of rereading and sort of proofreading overall would help to alleviate that. But otherwise, I thought that this was an incredibly strong application. And I'll leave it to my other panelists.
I agree with Courtney about the strength of the application. They really were fairly thorough throughout on each topic. I'm going to be the broken record for the entire day of some details in audiences would be nice. And part of the reason I hound on that so much is because I know that as we grow as an artist and move into larger grants, audience engagement is usually required to be captured both in quantity and in quality, right? And those are really hard things to do and project. And so I think it's just good practice to really try to think about that, because that's what the large funders want to see. So identifying that, being stronger, giving evidence of like who's on the receiving end of this exhibit, I think it can be really powerful, but we have to have the right people there to be able to make the change that the artist hopes to make. In addition to that, I think that, you know, they also noted that it's an opportunity to create some relationships with organizations that serve some of these folks that are the subject of the exhibit, and I'd like some evidence of that too. Like, what is the intent of how to engage as organizations? Because I think they could be great partners, but I guess I just worked into either the timeline or the narrative of how are they reaching out and letting those organizations know that this is happening, or how they can engage in it or be a part of it would further strengthen the application.
Okay, so I really enjoyed this application. I thought it was really strong. I liked through the sample work and the narrative, I felt like the artist showed very clearly a progression of deepening their work and some growth in their own artistic storytelling. I really, I got that from the application, which is difficult to do in a short, when you're constrained to small boxes to talk about your vision, right? So I enjoyed that progression. And I also felt like, as Vicky mentioned, I love seeing partnerships in things like this. And when you can identify clear groups of like who you want to partner, we know from working in a community, none of us work in silos. And when you identify those partnerships, then you have that audience that can help bring the people in. So, for other applications too, like just that piece of who might you be able to partner with is a good thing to keep in mind. I did have a question. The application mentioned a photographer, a videographer, but I wasn't quite sure what that role would do for the exhibit. Like, was it something that was just to help announce the exhibit, or was it to do some documentation that could be recorded and then taken to other groups? So it's just a little detail, but that's why we review these things, right? To ask questions. But I think, yeah, there was a lot of potential. I agree with what Courtney said about the library. I love that connection. And I felt like because this was a you know, it was art coming from a personal story. You know, my first reaction was, you can hear statistics all day about incarceration, but when you actually can see someone's story, you know, whether it's visually or orally, then that can provide empathy even for those of us who have not gone through having a family member who's been through that experience. So yeah, I think that sums up.
Thank you so much, Martha, Courtney, and Vicky. That was amazing. Thank you so much for all of your comments for that applicant. That concludes our second group of primary reviewers. We have brought Kevin back into the fold. And so we will give everyone time to finish doing any of the comments or adding in on the scores. Do you want to add anything, Ren, before we
Yeah,
exit
just
for a
take,
break?
we have a little block of time at, at the end of every 6. And so I just wanted to address some of the concerns that you as a panel have that are coming up like multiple times at this point. And maybe just put these in the back of your mind as we continue, but also these may be questions or topics that we may want to address as a group during the closed session when we're actually deciding on final scores for applications and funding amounts for the applications. So number 1, 2024 in pretty much every case is a typo. That is something that I checked on with the applicants when I went through the eligibility review. And so that's confirmed that the timelines actually are for 2025. All right. And then number 2, I wanted to say that this is a question I have. I don't know the answer to this question. I think this is something I would like to talk to the panel about before we settle on final scores. But this question of the details on the audience versus community, I think that might be an issue with the application wording on the question. And if it is, then we need to reach consensus as a group on how we actually want to handle that as an issue in the application. And this is me talking as the grant maker and impact person, because all of our applications are under review. So just when I hear these issues and concerns come up on multiple occasions, the way this one has, I have a question about whether or not we're asking the question correctly. And that maybe what is happening is actually applicants are being set up to be unclear because the question is unclear as far as what's the definition of a community, what's the definition of audience, and specifically, how are you reaching out to that? Because I want to revisit this issue with you all. Please don't change your comments or feel like you need to rethink anything now in the moment. But I do think we should address this as a concern during the closed session when we are making final decisions about these applications. Finally, the last thing that I wanted to say is just as far as the location of where an exhibit is going to take place, this is a topic that came up a few times. I think one of the things I would encourage you to think about is the timeline. If the project, you know, is coming into fruition, completion at the end of a full year, then having that decision ironed out now is a big ask. And so I don't necessarily want that to be conceived of as a flaw in the application necessarily, but again, that comes back to kind of your thinking through like when that information is really going to be necessary for you. Understanding obviously that they're not receiving funding until like that is clear, right? Because that again, if there's a rental fee for it, is going to be obviously in the budget, we're not going to provide funds for that if it's not clear what it's going for. So it would be a contingency plan if you feel comfortable making that judgment call. Okay, so that's kind of what I'm just listening for patterns in what you all are saying. And I'm going to take like that little block of time at the end just to kind of pose these questions to you, not to say the right answer or the correct decisions here, but more like I want us to be able to think through this as we enter the closed session. And also like it will help me think about how maybe we need to be asking questions differently in future applications. So I just wanted to address that publicly in full transparency to attendees in the room and applicants in the room. And that's what I have to say right now. I want to say again, like listening to you all review these applications, just top notch, really detail oriented, really focused. And I appreciate that you're providing evidence for good examples of strong aspects of an application in addition to needing areas of improvement and having those questions. Because I think even for those who have not applied but are considering applying, that's going to be enormously helpful to clarifying an application process for people. So thank you to the panelists very much. That's what I have to say. We are on break until noon. And so please stay in the room, everyone. Just turn off mics, turn off cameras, and applicants and attendees will be back in 30. So thank you so much. I hope this is useful review to you, and please feel free to reach out. And just a reminder that you'll receive an email as an applicant within 24 hours about the panel's decisions. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kevin. um, Martha, I know you have a conflict here and we're gonna need to invite you out, but I wanted to ask panelists to introduce themselves real quick from this team. So if you wouldn't mind like participating in that much, and then I'll escort you out of the room, as they say. um, so welcome everyone back to our panel. I'm going to quickly hand this over to Desiree. And I'd like for our blue team to introduce yourselves, please, to everyone. And I am going to go on mute.
Thank you, Ren. So whoever would like to go first, that would be great.
Hello, my name is Jenny Cruz. I'm a pianist and a professor of music at Central State University.
Thank you, Jenny.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lorraine Anthony. I'm an artist, a realtor, and a former law enforcement officer.
Thank you, Lorraine.
I'm Martha Harris. I'm the development director at Discover Classical 88.1, 89.1, and 89.9. And I am here for a little bit and then I'm stepping out.
Welcome. Thank you, Martha. Welcome all of our primary reviewers. As we get ready for our first applicant, we're going to go ahead and exit Martha out of the panel. And Kevin will be the one holding space for this panel discussion. All right, awesome. All right, so we have our first applicant, 020725, and our primary reviewer is Jenny Cruz.
Thank you, Desiree. This applicant is a professional classically trained musician. He's a guitarist. His project is to record an album of original music that celebrates the rich history of funk music in Dayton, Ohio, while looking to the future of music by creating a fusion of digital music techniques, such as beats, effects, and virtual instruments with traditional instrumental and vocal music. I think the strengths of this application are that this is just a really great idea to cross genres at this stage in the artist's career. I believe the project will expand the artist's abilities as he attempts to stretch from a single composition to a full-length album. I believe this project can deepen his network across the community as he creates relationships with venue owners, non-classical musicians, and promoters. And finally, I think the business skills attained over the course of the project will be an invaluable addition to his skill set. There were a few areas for improvement. I think in order to bring the project to fruition, I think the artist needs to consider coming up with more specific goals for the timeline. Many of his timeline chunks were in 2-month or 1-month goals. Maybe break it down by track, or if he doesn't know the number of tunes on the album yet, then specify, really get down to a more granular level what he would like to achieve on a monthly basis. I also believe that a total budget of $500 seems on the low side to pay all of his collaborating musicians to record, rehearse, and perform. But if you're working with friends, maybe they're doing favors for him. But I don't think that is a reasonable rate for collaborative musicians. Overall, I believe this is a solid project that will benefit the artist in a multitude of ways.
Thank you, Jenny. And now we would like to open up the floor if anyone else would like to have any more comments. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yes, thank you, Jenny, for your comments, especially regarding the timeline, not being a musician and only knowing how to play the radio. I really didn't understand how the timeline would work out for how long it would take to compose and record the music. I did have a concern, though, same as you, about the amount of money designated to pay other musicians. That seemed low to me based on several musician friends I've had and how they're paid. So really, thank you for clarifying that. I like the idea a lot of the preserving the legacy of Dayton funk. It'd be good to see if the album or CD or however it was presented had liner notes or that sort of thing to sort of state the history, so it becomes also a documentary sort of package along with the music. It would be good to, I think the musician can achieve this because of the wide range of musical styles that they've practiced based on what's stated resume-wise in the proposal. It'd be good to hear an example of the musician's approach to funk music. There was a kind of a soft jazz recording and a country rock recording. I'd like to hear also how the artist would manage a funk track, even though, like I said, I think that they're capable of doing that because of the types of music they played, their types of experience.
Thank you, Kevin. Lorraine, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I'd like to just echo what Jenny and Kevin have already shared. The only addition I think I would make is that I really appreciated the way that this artist expressed the public benefit. I love the fact that they were bringing in collaborators, public performances, other musicians in order to get the community involved on a larger scale. It's not just going to be their project and the the musicians that are there participating in that project, but they are able to widen their audience by bringing those individuals in and using their networks as well. So I really appreciated that.
Thank you, Lorraine. That was beautiful. Did anyone else have any last comments before we move to the next applicant? All righty. Okay, so we have our next applicant, which is, oh, we need to bring back in Martha. So let's bring back Martha. Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. And so our next applicant is 020730. And our primary reviewer is Jenny Cruz.
This artist is a professional visual artist. The project is to print a new body of images and take them to a mentor in NYC for advice on how to exhibit outside of the local area. This was an outstanding application that thoroughly addressed all sections. The artistic merit of this project and the artist herself, her past work is stunning and provocative. I think this project seems like a logical next step in her career and her desire to move from a local and regional space to exhibiting on a national and hopefully international space. Her timeline and budget seem to be in line with her stated goals. And I think Pachacacha is a great way to educate the public on the artistic process beyond what she says is the fraction of a second it takes to take the photo. I have very little to offer as far as improvement because the application was so strong. I think a minor thing, a stronger application might address the impact of the proposed exhibit on the public. I find it funny because many of the artists who I reviewed, that seemed to be their definite public benefit is the art that comes out of the exhibit. And I was always looking for, yes, that is absolutely correct, and more, tell me more. And in this case, this artist didn't mention anything, or if she did, I missed it, the impact of what her art would have on the public. So this was truly an outstanding project backed by a very strong application.
Thank you, Jenny. Now I'd like to open up the floor for Lorraine or Martha.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I want to echo what Jenny said. I thought that this application was extremely well thought out. And I want to highlight one aspect, and that was, finding and seeking a mentor. This is a professional artist. She has done some really high quality work, but yet she still recognized the need for a mentor. And actually, I really enjoyed the story of how she connected with the mentor and sought that out. And I think, all of us in our career can benefit from that, from like seeking input from others who are, maybe a little bit more advanced in what we're doing. And I loved that personal reflection that she had, and just as Ren keeps encouraging us to say, for those of you watching at home, for other applications, that was a really nice point that this applicant put in. And I would really love to see follow up. And this wasn't part of the application; it's just my own curiosity. I would love to hear about that resulting process if the mentor changed or improved their work. So and that could be part of like what they talk about in that public benefit, which I also totally agree with what Jenny said. That was stood out very highly for me, is that this was an artist who thought not just about their own work, but how can I benefit those who in my community in Dayton might also want to pursue this. And even I thought about for this grant application that there may be future artists listening who would, like to hear from someone who has gone through all the phases. So yeah, I was really impressed with the work examples and the storytelling from that. Yeah, I just thought this was a fantastic application.
Thank you, Martha. Lorraine, would you like to add any comments?
Yeah, just that I too thought this was a really great application. I learned a lot looking through this application, and I found that to be incredible because I'm not all that familiar with this style of film photography. However, I was digging deep myself, trying to understand it, trying to learn about it. And I thought that it didn't take me much to learn very quickly what she is after here and what she's doing because of how she laid out every part of this application. And so I have learned new things and I have a new appreciation for her style of art, which is awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you, Jenny. Let's take a couple of minutes so you guys can update any comments you have or any of your points that you would like to address. We have a little time here. And then we'll get started on the next applicant. I'll give you guys like 2 minutes for a second. This is really great feedback. I am appreciative as an artist to like listen in and to hear everyone and their comments. It has really been great so far. I hope you all are benefiting from this as well. And Jenny, you're just back to back to back. So hopefully you're ready for the
I
next
did.
applicant.
I set up those team leaders at the beginning. So thank you, Jenny.
You're welcome.
Yay. So applicant 020710. And our primary reviewer is Jenny Cruz.
All right, this applicant is a professional artist and theater scholar. The project is the virtual theater company, Theater Off Kilter, has kindly offered to produce the world premiere of a virtual production of her new play, Heroines Anonymous. I think the strengths of this project include the fact that the project creates access for actors and audience with mobility issues. I was unaware that virtual plays were a thing, so that was interesting to learn about. Personally, I think it was of great impact to her, the artist and applicant, because it will allow her to return to the stage as both a playwright and an actor. I appreciated in her application how she discussed that there are parents of small children or people who are older or people with mobility issues, that this sort of opportunity gives them a chance to act and creatively produce and not be constrained by the ability to have to drive somewhere or do anything. They just turn on their computer. Areas for improvement, I think a stronger application would have had a more specific breakdown that would clarify both for her and I think for me as a reviewer, the goals for each phase of the project. The documentation provided could have been more concrete as well. So rather than include the email that she had to the off-kilter contact, it might be stronger to include his response because I think she asked in the email, I'm sorry to bog you down with the red tape of this project, but could you tell me about XYZ? They need to know this information. And so she included the documentation of her actually unsent email, but the email rather than the response. And that's something I would have liked to see. What he said, the actual answer was, she often used this sentence, quote unquote, as an individual artist working with a small theater company, it is difficult for me to estimate specific expenses or target individual vendors. I have requested sample costs from a previous production from the artistic director of Theater Off Kilter via email. So again, rather than repeating that sentence over and over in the budget description, I would have liked to see the AD's response and say I think that would have strengthened the budget portion, the documentation of this application. I do think it is a solid effort. I think a future application could be strengthened by clearer prose, more concrete documentation, and less redundancy across sections.
Thank you, Jenny. Now we're going to open up the floor for Martha or Lorraine.
Ray, you want to go first?
You got it. Go ahead.
I was really intrigued by the concept. I thought it was just a banner of an idea, taking these forgotten women of history, but also, you know, the virtual aspect of the theater production. You know, I know through just my work here at Discover Classical, the importance of doing, we broadcast and stream just concerts from, and that, you know, same thing about people with mobility issues, people who are homebound. It's very important. Um, but I also thought there could have been more detail on, you know, how do you take this? I was a little confused about the staging of it. Like, there have been, you know, during the pandemic, there were some virtual theater performances that took place in a theater with just you know, video recording. Or would it be people just, you know, more like a table reading where it's like this and they're just reading? You know, I would have liked some more detail on, I mean, they mentioned props and sets and stuff, but how would that, because that affects the expense, right? And then, you know, perhaps that's something in the back and forth email that we just didn't see the result of, and it's being produced. But that would have helped as a reviewer conceive of like, okay, from start to finish, you know, we wouldn't need exact dates and, you know, how is this going to do it, but just a little more detail. I also was a little bit concerned about how would you let people know this is happening, because our online and digital world is very cluttered. So how would you let people know? I mean, the writing and the execution of the work is, you know, a part, and then the actual pulling it off is something else. So anyone who's been involved in any kind of production knows that you can have the best production in the world, but if people aren't seeing it, you know, that's an issue. And I felt like I couldn't get a clear sense of how it would be marketed. And perhaps, you know, a suggestion might be, you know, this is a play about women in history, and it's targeted, you know, for folks that may have mobility or getting out issues. So perhaps there might be some partnerships with organizations that serve those communities, that they could say, hey, this thing is happening, and your folks, you know, your email list might benefit from it. You know, I was thinking of like United Rehabilitation Services and their email, you know, like this might be a wonderful thing that parents would enjoy who maybe have a child with disabilities, and you know, it's something like a date night at home kind of a thing. I mean, I'm just spitballing here. But yeah, I thought that the application was really interesting. I loved that the the artist had a very personal connection with the work in her own experience as an actress, and then having, you know, her own disability, to, you know, want to continue that creative aspect. I thought that was, you know, we're such creative individuals, and I could hear her passion come out in that. So I enjoyed that part of the application.
Thank you, Martha. Lorraine?
Yeah, I think this artist, she is very clear on her why. She knows why she's doing this. She knows how she can further her desire as a an artist, playwright, screenwriter, actor, all of those things. I found parts of the application challenging to understand, specifically when it came down to, well, actually, I want to back up. When it comes down to who she is as an artist, you told me your why. I want to know, what have you done? What have you already done that speaks to your why, so that I can get a better understanding of why this is so important to you? I get it conceptually, but I really wanted to know more. What have you done? What other types of works? And the ones that are presented here are great, but do you have anything else that's more concrete for me to like pull from? I hope I'm making sense. Um, in terms of, bear with me, I'm getting my notes here. I do think that she made a true, honest effort to answer all of the proposed questions, but I wanted her to dig a little bit deeper. Everything seemed a bit on the surface. Um, in terms of doing this thing on a virtual platform, we know that that's convenient. We know that that's easily accessible to most people in the community. But I felt as though when we started to talk about public benefit, that's where we kind of stopped. I didn't feel as though she dug deeply into really what makes the virtual platform coupled with this writing, this play, actually beneficial to the community. It almost felt like, well, just because it's on the internet, that's enough. And I would have liked for her to go a little bit deeper and be more creative in her response. Um, I think just as I believe Jenny mentioned, in terms of the budget, there's so much that goes into theater productions, from costumes to your actresses, and some of those things are noted, but I'm not sure this applicant really understands how much she's going to need. And not because she's not capable of knowing. I'm not sure she dug deep enough to really give the reviewers a full picture of exactly how much work this is going to be. And I found that really hard to just say, oh yeah, this budget is appropriate. I'm not sure all things were considered. Lighting, are you gonna need cameras? Are we doing the round table like Martha mentioned? Are we having, transition? What exactly are you going to put into this? Because there's a cost factor for everything, and people and internet is not enough. You've got character development to take care of as well. That's it.
I had after Lorraine's comments, it like I have a question. Um, for Ren in terms of administrative, and this might help the applicant. Um, is it possible to break projects up? Because we're talking about kind of two different things. We're talking about the development of a virtual play, which is a lot, right? Lorraine mentioned character development and scene, and just setting that scene. And then and then she's also talking about the actual production and the marketing. Does the CultureWorks grant allow artists to submit like 2 years in a row and potentially be funded 2 years in a row if it was a bigger project?
Well, okay. So
Sorry, maybe I opened a
I
can.
would say this, we administer the grant, but this is a Montgomery County grant, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so the rules are set by Montgomery County and MCACD, Montgomery County Arts and Cultural District. They are not. And the concept of this grant is that the funds are for a project that comes into completion within the year. This is not a topic we can necessarily get deep into like right now,
For sure.
but I will say that actually is prohibitive, for example, for filmmakers, right? Where there is a clear, like, it's going to take a year just in pre-production, right? And then a lot of times 6 months to a year for the actual production. And then you've got post-production. There's no such thing as a 1 year project really for a filmmaker. And I think theater in some ways is comparable when the project you're discussing is, I'm writing this, right? I mean, she's coming at this as a playwright, not as necessarily a director or an well, she is as an actor, but you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
And so that is something that runs into roadblocks sometimes with this grant simply because of the rules that are set by the county. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, because the funds are for a year, so they want to see the project come into fruition within a year.
So then I would just, advise any applicant to really think deeply about the timeline, especially if you're thinking about a larger scale work. Even some of our visual artists that are thinking about larger scale works, like really thinking through that timeline and what you're capable of and how much detail, because I think that's what in this review we're talking about. There's a lot of questions about the detail that are not clear, but the passion is there, which is how it should start, right? So yeah, that was just my only question from the.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Jenny. Thank you to Lorraine. Thank you to Martha. And as we get started for our next applicant, the applicant is 020800, and our primary reviewer is Martha. You're on mute. Oh, there.
Thanks. Just let me get my notes up. Okay, so the applicant 020800 is a professional artist who wants to create a new body of work and has identified the Dana Wiley Gallery as for the resulting show of that work. It was interesting. This is an artist who is a sculptural artist who's exhibited widely in Europe and North Africa, does large 3D interactive works. But this would be their first solo show in Ohio. So not just the Dayton area, but Ohio. So in terms of project details, so this would be an opportunity for the artists to expand on their body of work that they've already created, taking the themes that they've currently worked on and exhibiting them in some new directions. I liked, I'm going to quote the application. It says that this opportunity would be an opportunity to run wild with my ideas, a thrilling prospect. I just love that kind of energy. And I liked that they wanted to highlight, Dayton specifically, to be almost like a homecoming for them, because the applicant started, was from here, and then has traveled widely and lived other places. And so I really felt that sense that this would be a homecoming and an opportunity to reconnect with her roots. So it would, and also I got the sense that this is an opportunity to continue to build on their portfolio of work. They stated that they wanted to exhibit elsewhere, but this would just be a work that could be a traveling exhibit and that could go other places. And just really highlighting the Midwest as a place for, just really wonderful arts. So I did have some questions about in the project details. It seemed that the application was not totally complete. The artist's statement seemed to run short or run off, like they were working on it and didn't finish it, like it actually stopped mid-sentence. And there was a lot of repetitive statements throughout about, in different, the impact and in the public benefit and things. And so I just got the sense that some of the details hadn't been fully thought out in terms of, and I'm not sure if it's in terms of, I think the artist has a very clear vision of the work they want to create, but in terms of fulfilling the grant, they're two different things. So I wanted some more details for the project. Let's see. The public benefit was also an area that I had some questions about. It wasn't totally clear. This opportunity would assist this artist to exhibit their work locally and then expand. But like I mentioned, the application sections, how will this opportunity impact your career? And the section on public benefit were almost identical. And they're two different things, right? So very little was mentioned, and I think Vicky mentioned this a lot in the morning in her reviews. But how are we as partakers of the art, like what will we experience from it? There was a sentence about investigating issues grounded in the environment, women in war, which is a lot of big topics. But how would that impact us as the public? You know, a way that an applicant could clarify this, that the applicant could clarify this would be, you know, inviting a women's group to a specific opening, or perhaps, you know, if they were highlighting topics of war, we have a wonderful, you know, International Peace Museum here. And the Dayton Literary Peace Prize is another, those are groups. And I can understand where the artist who hasn't lived in Dayton may not know of those local organizations, but I wonder if, like that's where the Dana Wiley Gallery could help out with some of those connections. Like the artist could say, here's, I want to connect with groups dealing with the environment or women or war. Who do you know locally, right? Because they may not have those connections, but they do, and I appreciated this, they did have conversations with the Dana Wiley Gallery, so that was very specific. The use of funds, I thought was reasonable. It was mostly around the materials needed, but also some of the marketing. The timeline seemed reasonable. I liked that, again, that they were working with an established gallery, but I wondered, is the gallery providing any resources for marketing or, you know, or assistance? I think the uploaded work was really helpful. And just a note, one of the uploaded works was a short video piece. And so that was really helpful that, you know, I could, this is someone who works in sculptural art. And so seeing it, you know, in place was very helpful to my understanding. I think overall, this is a really experienced artist. Their CV, their, you know, their examples was very high quality, but that made me question the quality of the application is my only concern.
Thank you, Martha. I would love to open the floor to Jenny or Lorraine with any comments.
Lorraine, you want to take a stab?
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
I would say, in addition to what Martha said, I do appreciate the fact that this space would give her an opportunity to work in a large space, which is something that I think that this project required. So that was a strength. I think her budget was in line with the project. You know, this was just an issue I had with almost every application, is a stronger application would just articulate smaller increments. I think as artists, we require structure, and I realize everyone is different, but I think in order to be truly creative, we have to put structure around what we do in order to let those run wild, be free. So I would have liked to see smaller increments, especially during the March, July period of her timeline. I think a stronger application would have found increasingly creative ways to benefit the public. Martha mentioned that the potential impact and the public benefit were very repetitive. I guess art, I think in order to talk about public benefit, the applicant really needs to say something more than the product. That's the benefit. I think it just has to be, it has to be more than that. And I think a future application to any grant must have a second or third reader to proof the application. Martha mentioned it seemed incomplete, like the project details, like you said, just it stopped and it was like mid-sentence. It was very strange. There were many typos, and that is not something to criticize the applicant, but just as a future, like if you want to apply to a grant and it be successful, especially if it's a highly competitive grant, I think you can't give the reviewer any reasons to say, well, I don't know about this application. I don't feel like they took it seriously or whatever. I can't be in the applicant's head. I don't know why the application looked as it did, but something to just take into consideration for the future. And those are my comments.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Do you have any comments, Lorraine? Are you good? Okay, thank you so much. All right, thank you, Martha, so much. Our next applicant is application 020724, and our primary reviewer is Lorraine Anthony.
All right, this applicant goes by she, her, hers. She is, excuse me, a professional artist. Her artistic medium or disciplines are painting, drawing, printmaking, and writing. I found this application overall to be stellar. I believe that she knows exactly who she is as a creative. I appreciated the fact that she spelled out exactly what her multiple disciplinary practice involves. She is very well accomplished, and it appears that she's in a stage of her artistry where she's looking to teach. She's looking to inform other people about what she's learned. She's focusing mostly on specific Black women, visionaries that she has found inspiring, and she has designed a blueprint sketch for a mural in Dayton. I guess I should have told you that. Yes, she is looking to do a mural downtown. Her description is to paint a mural located downtown that honors women of color from the Dayton, Ohio area. Um, what I found most intriguing is that, like I said, she's looking to educate. She's bringing in high school students to assist her in this mural. And I like the fact that she's going to leave a lasting impression on the community because she's getting students involved. They're going to be able to find out more about the process of this type of artistry. She's going to be educating them on individuals in Dayton, Ohio, that they can go back and be inspired by as well. There was a stanza that she used in this application that I found to be intriguing, and also it forced me to want to find out more because I can't say that I knew who all of these women were, honestly. And the quote says, "Every day, some brown woman pulls into inky blue a madness that crawls up from the floor of her and pulls all around." And this came from a poem titled "Every Day Around the World, a Woman is Pulled into Blue." And this was penned by a Dayton-born poet, artist Krista Franklin. I had no idea who she was. But when I read that stanza, it made me, it gave me a lens to view the rest of her application. And she truly did center everything else she's written about this project around this stanza. Um, she spoke about this as a challenge for her. This wasn't a project that came easy to her. It's something that she sat with, she pondered in, and she actually allowed it to challenge her as an artist. I don't know that she's ever done a mural before. But she did speak very highly about this opportunity being something that was going to further her as an artist and challenge her in ways that she hadn't been challenged before. When I look at the administrative capability, I noticed that she used phrases like the following days. And I wanted her to be a little bit more specific about those dates. If she knew how much time it's going to take someone to prime the wall that she needs to paint on, then I think use those dates. It's okay if we leave room for flexibility, which I do believe she mentioned at times that she knew there would need to be some flexibility. But if you know how long it's supposed to take, go ahead and use those dates, but also still provide yourself with some time before or after to make up for any kind of unexpected things that happen. I kind of gave the example of May 1st, contractor fills in the holes, and then May 2nd to 8th, we're going to do cleaning and priming. That way, we know that you're really thinking about everything that it's going to take for the time frame for you to complete this project. I was curious to know how many hours the students were going to work with her. They are in high school. Is this project going to be happening during the school day? Are we partnering with the artistic director at the schools to have these students come out and still be able to participate in their curriculum? Or is this happening after hours? Just really curious about that. Will having the students delay the process in any kind of way? You're going to be teaching them. They may not be as skilled as you are. It may take some additional time that you may not have considered. Were there considerations for inclement weather and possible breaks in the work days? Just really curious as to whether or not she considered those things. Um, and then finally, public benefit. I really love the idea of holding a lecture and highlighting the importance of these specific Black women. I did wonder if there was going to be sort of a field trip. I think that it's great to say, yes, let me get everyone in a room and educate them on who these women are, but you painted this beautiful mural. Are you going to actually usher people to go see it? They may not do that on their own. And so I thought that it may have been a really creative thing to um, actually get them in the room and then take them on that journey that you went on to discover these women and why they're so important and inspiring to you. It almost felt like the lecture um, was an afterthought of like, okay, now that I've got this mural here, oh, how do I get the community involved? Let me do a lecture. And I would have liked to see that the mural was more incorporated into the articulation of public benefit. I think that's all I've got, you all.
Thank you, Lorraine. The floor is open now for Martha or Jenny. If they had any notes they would like to share at the moment.
Go ahead, Martha. I saw you on
Okay.
mute.
Um, Lorraine, great summary. I also was struck by that same stanza. I love the layering of how, this is someone who's looking at the history of women in Dayton and also using a Dayton artist as there was just all this nice layering that made the project meaningful. You could tell that it had been working in the mind for a while. So I really appreciated that. My only thing to add was I agree. I think the timeline would have benefited from some more detail. Like the project was completely reasonable, but Jenny made a good point during our last review about thinking about all those little steps. And so like in the budget, they talked about the permit process, but I wanted to see that in the timeline. You can't just go, I mean, people do go around and slap art on, public buildings, but we call that graffiti, not a mural. But so this is something that she wanted buy-in from, the city of Dayton and wanted that. And so if you've ever worked with local government, that can be really frustrating. And so you want to build that into your timeline. And there was a lot, like the timeline kind of started, I think, in May. I don't have it really up, but there's probably a lot of pre-work that can go like January to May. And then also after the work is completed, like some post work on either, how do you get people to come and see it or how do you talk about it? And I thought, just a little bit more details on that. Um, and I'm trying to think, I really liked that. I love communities that have a lot of public art because it tells a story that we don't normally get to see. So I think this would be a really important addition to the art that we have here in the city.
Thank you, Martha. Jenny, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, Lorraine mentioned it, but I just want to emphasize it. I think one of the great strengths of this application is it shows that this artist is in a growth phase and she is completely focused on bringing together all of her multidisciplinary strengths. And I love that. That feels like one of these synergistic projects where you pull it all together and it feels like, I don't know, like you get to the top of a hill. This is a beautiful thing. I also, Lorraine mentioned, I love the fact that she's using high school students. I think that even if it's 5 or 4 or 10 or 29, doesn't matter. You have no idea what the public benefit could be if one of those students becomes somebody who does something because of this project. That to me that's phenomenal. I love that part of the project. I think a stronger application though would document more about the location. So she mentions that She's provided documentation of the building permit requirements and stated that several locations downtown have been plotted out and inquired after. And I think the heartbreak would be is this project goes forward and then none of those locations pan out. So I would have liked to see, even if you don't know what the even if you don't know the location, I think a stronger application would have documented more specifics to ensure that if awarded, the artist would have a location. Because that's, I mean, I know there's logistics that Culture Works goes through to ensure that money isn't given until everything's in line. But that's something as a panelist I would have liked to see, is just a little bit more assurance, or at least a plan about that location. I think this was a great project, and it was confirmed by an application that comfortably addressed every section. It was excellent.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Thank you, Martha, and also thank you, Lorraine, for being the primary reviewer. This was really good. Our next applicant is applicant 020739, and the primary reviewer is Martha.
Hey, so this applicant 020739 is he, him, and it's a professional writer, and he states that the application is to look for support for the grand premiere of their fourth novel titled Leaping into the Abyss, with marketing and travel assistance. And just also in the statement, you know, the artist is, you know, applied as a writer, but has a number of other creative pursuits that inform their writing. So like they mentioned DJing, broadcasting, I think some documentary or filmmaking, that kind of thing. So that all impacted the writing of this. So I think that the strength was that variety of interest, you know, that I felt like this was someone who's done a whole bunch of different things and wanted to now move more into being a writer. They've written in the past, but really, you know, explore that in more detail. And that was why they were pursuing this grant opportunity, is to see not just the writing piece, but also after you've written a book, what happens next. And so that's where I felt like it was clear why they were asking for funding was for their own development as well as to promote this book. And that, you know, if you are a writer, it's such an evolving process. And so they also mentioned they wanted to broaden their audience while staying true to topics that are relevant with them. So I saw that growth. And please forgive the puns in what I'm going to say next. But it's that, you know, in terms of project details, I'm taking the leap from self-published to working with an established publisher can be brutal. If you know writers or anything like that, it can be really brutal to go from self-published to actually trying to make that next step. And it's an extremely competitive marketplace. So it's clear that the writer wants to make that leap. Again, no pun intended. But I wasn't entirely clear of how much this grant opportunity will help them deepen their craft. I mean, it was more about the marketing of the novel and getting it to audiences versus developing as a writer. So I think a stronger application would have talked about, you know, when you are any kind of entrepreneur, artist, things like that, you have to think about the business side. And so this is a valid thing to apply for. I want to know about the business side of this craft, so that, you know, making that connection between the craft of writing and then the marketing would have been helpful. They mentioned some book fairs, but no concrete plans on like which book fairs. And these are things that are published well in advance, just an application. You know, I just did some quick surveys, and the Columbus Book Fair already has applications out for January of 2025 that they open up. They have fees listed, that, you know, so I'm sure there are other book fairs that have, okay, how do you get into this space? So some details like that, which, you know, I found just doing some quick searching because it's not an area that I'm familiar with. But having that included in the application would have made it a stronger application. I really liked that this writer, his he had a strong sense of Dayton geography in his writing. And he took that and had some fantasy elements and added some, you know, some thrilling results. The work example showed how he, you know, in what he submitted, like I could visualize these aspects of Dayton. And then there was like this added element of the thrilling story on top of it. So I really enjoyed that. But I didn't get a sense of like, okay, this application is to create a market, to market the book. And so how was he going to connect that work to the community? So he mentioned like wanting to connect with libraries or nonprofit groups to distribute the work, but there wasn't like an example of who, which library, which nonprofits. Information like that, or even like putting in the budget, I'm going to host a signing event or something like that would have been helpful. I think the application was, in terms of the budget, was very reasonable. But I also wonder if you're a writer wanting to make that leap from self-published to a more established, maybe some more funding in terms of marketing or professional services. The application mentions like ordering stickers and book plates for promoting the novel and doing the artist signings, but you know, perhaps working with a marketing company or some other kind of professional publishing service uh, might have been, I mean, they had room in the budget to do that. The artists did talk about doing a lot of their own funding for like traveling and getting, you know, and that's fine. But I think this is a grant application. We'd like to give people money to promote their work, so include it. So yeah, so I guess in summary, I enjoyed the local geography in the writing. I very much enjoyed the life experience that the author brought to the work. But I feel like it needed more details on how they were exactly going to promote this book, with deepening their craft and then the public benefit of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Martha. Um, did Jenny or Lorraine want to add anything? Then if we could keep comments a little shorter this time, so we could kind of stay on track here before lunch. All right.
Yeah, just one thing. In terms of distribution of the books, I see in the application he noted he has a contract with the Job Center under the direction of Marvine Mitchell. I know who Marvine Mitchell is, and she works with YouthWorks. To know that she is a director for YouthWorks would give more context of who you're actually going to market this book to. The youth, when we're talking about critical race theory, Black Lives Matter, all of these subject matters, it would have made so much more sense to me to see that this is actually a project you're going to work with YouthWorks. That's it.
I think one of the strongest parts of this application, and hopefully an encouragement to the writer, is his passion for his craft. It's very clear that he is absolutely invested this and would love to commit to transitioning into a full-time writer rather than having to do what other jobs he has to do now. So I just continue, like, just keep applying and hopefully take some of these comments and work with it. Martha, I did notice that in his timeline, he actually did mention the Columbus Fair. He said, I will also focus on attending significant book signings and fairs such as the Columbus Book Fair, Detroit, and Chicago. I just know if I was the applicant, be like, I wrote it. It's in there.
Yeah,
So,
that's probably where I got the when I went out and Googled it. But yeah, thank you for
you are seen, sir.
reminding me of that.
You see it. I guess the other thing I wanted to mention is I think benchmark dates would have been really helpful in the timeline. I think there was just way too much, like it was just very vague about when things would happen and how they would happen. It's a solid project, I think. I think it just could benefit from a much more focused application. It was helpful to see the description of the writer's desires, and the contents of his books, I think, were helpful to give us just context of who he is. I think a stronger application just needs to communicate the specific ways in which the project would be executed.
Thank you, Jenny. All right, guys, we have one more applicant before we go into our lunch break. Doesn't that mean you have to rush, Lorraine? I want you to take your time. So this is for applicant 020721. And our primary reviewer is Lorraine.
All right, this applicant goes by she, her, hers. It is an application for professional development. She is proposing to travel to Nashville, Tennessee to participate in the New Dialect Winter Intensive, where she can collaborate with choreographers she's inspired by and deepen her artistry. She considers herself a professional artist and dancer. I'm going to take this second to breathe because I felt everybody wants to go eat. And so I feel like I have to rush. So,
Please don't. Please don't.
Do
Take your
not
time.
rush. Do not rush.
okie dokie. All right.
Applicants come before our bellies.
All right. So the first thing I noticed, the artist statement. This dancer, I believe, completely undersold herself. And I say that because I got to her work sample and I anticipated, based off of her artist statement, that I was going to see a hot second of some movement. But instead, I got this conglomerate of like phenomenal dance from contemporary to modern to African dance. She is phenomenal, but she undersold herself. And I really wish she would have given me more of what creative works she's been a part of, what creative works she has choreographed herself. And clearly she's young, but she's done so much. And I really wish she would have given me more in this area. Um, she's clearly a phenomenal artist. Clearly, I just got excited about this. So, in addition to that, I think that she did a great job sharing the impact of the opportunity doing this intensive because she loves these artists. She has followed them. She knows their work. She believes in their work, and it speaks to who she is as an artist as she continues to grow and develop as a dancer. And so, for her to have found this intensive, I think she's going after it, and I like that. She expressed where the public could benefit, and I would encourage her to dig deeper. She talked about Muse Machine, which I'm very familiar with, and how Muse Machine has a collaboration with DCDC too. But she didn't tell me exactly how her skills would be beneficial to Muse Machine. Yes, there's a collaboration between the dance company that you dance with and this great organization called Muse Machine, but what lessons can you bring to the table? Tell me more about why this intensive with these artists is going to pour more into you that you can give more out to those students that you're working with. How is that going to advance DCDC2? Is it going to help your professional career so that you can continue advancing and become a part of First Company? What exactly is this intensive doing for you that is going to help you benefit the community? And I wish she would have given me more in that area as well. Um, I do believe that dance intensives are vital to the success of dancers. You have to get out there and network and expose yourself to the different communities, not just in the Dayton area, because Dayton Contemporary Dance Company has clout in the dance industry for sure. But they are not the only dance company that has something worth offering you. And I think she's got that on, she understands that, and I love that. Her budget was very clear. It was well documented as much as I think she could at this stage. She gave exactly what was needed. Um, I'm not exactly sure if the Uber Lyft expenses is something that we can cover, but I feel like they're connected to the project, so yes. But that was just a question I had that I could learn from as well.
I don't want to spend too much time, Lorraine, but I had the same question because it's a new type of request.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I did check with MCACD about that, because if you look at the details of what you can request funding for, you
Hmm.
can request funding for a cab. So you would have to compare rates before MCACD would actually fund that. So that actually would be a contingency that this project would have to receive in order to receive funding.
Okay. I'm glad I was on the right track thinking about that. But I think that's really all I had for this applicant. I do believe that there were many things that could have made this application much stronger. Understanding where she is in her development as a professional dancer, I think she did a very good job. Just a few things to note and let us in a little bit more. Let us into really who you are, why you're doing this dance thing, and then where you want to take it. It seems very surface level for me.
Thank you, Lorraine. I would love to open the floor to Jenny or Martha.
Lorraine, that was a perfect summary. I don't have anything to add. I did have a question. The timeline stated that she would like to attend the new dialects in January, and that seems like a super tight timeline for a grant that's not going to be funded, and I just wondered if there were other opportunities. I think maybe New Dialects had like winter, summer, fall, they did multiple ones. So I just in the application, maybe or maybe why that January timeline, like maybe that's what fits into her schedule. I don't know, but it seemed like it's cutting it close.
The only things I would add, Lorraine, sorry. The only thing I would emphasize with what you said was the public benefit. I think that, she said she would come back and benefit the community working with DCDC2 and Muse Machine. But I think she also could have said more about mentoring younger choreographers or sharing her experience with children in either program. There are like some stuff she left on the table, I think, that could have been put there. And then I went back and ladies, you tell me, when you looked at that reel, I didn't think that the whole reel was her. I thought her work was the one, like it was like almost to the end. And then everyone before it, it's like I think it's a reel that the company maybe makes, because then each choreographer had their name entitled. So I don't, did you understand it the same way? The reel?
What?
She was a dancer
Mhm.
and then she saved her choreography piece for last. Yeah.
But she didn't choreograph all that.
No.
Okay. Okay. I just wasn't sure what the comments you made about like how she undersold herself.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that the fact that because she didn't participate in all the dances either, because there were some solo dances that there was a gentleman, it obviously wasn't her. So it wasn't, I don't think she was dancing in everything. I know she wasn't, because there was one solo guy. And I do know she choreographed the end. I could not tell if she was in the other group dances though. But I just wanted to make sure I didn't misunderstand the reel.
Yeah, for the group dances, what I noticed is that, and I believe it was the top left corner, she had her positioning so that we could find her. So I don't know if,
I just pulled up the thing because there's one at the very beginning and it says like top right. And I think they're talking about the choreographer. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Maybe I could be wrong, but I think we're all on the same page. She didn't choreograph everything. Okay.
No, she choreographed the last piece. I read it that she was dancing in the pieces.
She couldn't
Lorraine,
have
you
been.
read it the same way. Maybe this will be something we revisit. Yeah.
Oh, you can't. It's blurred. You can't see it. Anyway, there is one here where it's
But
just
we'll come back around to it. We'll come back.
I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think this is for what she is trying to do. If she's in DC2, she's either a high schooler, an undergrad, or a grad student, this is the perfect thing to do in your career. Like, this is just the right step to take. So I think this is I think it's a worthy project. Just the application just needed to be just a little bit stronger for all the things we mentioned.
Thank you, Jenny, Martha, and Lorraine. So now we are at the 103 mark. Ren, did you have anything to add before we go to lunch?
No, we went a little over already, so I don't want to hold people any longer. I may make some statements at the beginning of the next session, just to touch on some patterns I'm hearing. But let's go ahead and have our lunch. For those of you in the room, we come back at 1:30 for our last 6 applications. So we will see you then, and thank you for being here.
Hey, Ren, are you there? Hey, Ren, I have a question for you real quick. I sent you an email. Could you take a look at that? Ren, did you hear what I said?
Welcome back, everybody. Should have our panelists joining us shortly. For those applicants and attendees who are here with us, welcome. We have 6 final applications to review, and then the panel will be entering into 2 different closed sessions, one closed session per team, where they will discuss and submit their final scores. And then from there, each team will assign funding. Yes, Courtney, do you have a question?
No, I noticed that Jenny was saying something before you got on. I just wanted to make sure you saw her
I
in the
keep
chat.
forgetting my headset. Oh, okay, Jenny, I will take a look at my email real quick.
Thank you, Courtney.
No. I also, like, it took that moment for me to realize I didn't have my headset on again. So you see, this is an ongoing issue for Ren. Anyway, so let me regroup and restart and welcome everybody back to the panel for our final 6 reviews, final 6 evaluations for 6 applicants. And then what will happen from here is each team of panelists will enter a closed session where they finalize scores and begin to make decisions about awarding the grant. And everyone who applied will hear from me within 24 hours with the results about whether or not the panel has decided to fund you. Just so you know, we had $75,000 to dispense, and we had about a $181,000 request. So that's the situation the panel is in, and please believe me when I say it is no easy thing to have to make these kinds of decisions. So thank you to everyone for understanding the amount of time and diligence this has taken, and to applicants, I hope that this public review has been helpful to you, at least as far as kind of creating some transparency and some helpful suggestions for the next round of applications that you throw out there when applying for grants, regardless of what the outcome is here today. So we'll go ahead and regroup here, and Desiree, as our panel chair, will take control, and I will enter the realm of muteum.
Thank you so much, Ren. Truly appreciate you and your leadership today. So next up, we have our applicant, applicant 020705, and that primary reviewer is Jenny Cruz.
Thanks, Desiree. This applicant is an emerging writer. She is a behavioral scientist and a forensic psychologist. Her project is to create a 10-part YouTube series expanding on the psychology of ... book series, which explains psychological disorders by analyzing iconic characters in TV and film. Her video series will allow her to add a visual medium to her creative nonfiction writing. I think this project has a lot of strengths. The first is its great potential to teach and or hone the applicant's skills of script writing, researching, speaking on camera, creating a website. I think that the impact to her will be very beneficial. I really appreciated her choice to do an audit once the project was over, once the series had been fully uploaded, as a way to learn from her experience. I think Artists, we don't often think about data, but I think it tells us so much about what we can do better the next time. And in this way, it'll be subjective feedback from her podcast listeners, but still something I think is a great thing to get. I love the fact that she's breaking into a YouTube niche market that's currently inhabited by white men in their 30s and 40s. The positive impact that she will have on representation of a credentialed Black woman over 50 will be wonderful. The applicant wants to have a crowning event at the very end where she has a live show taping at the library where she will chronicle the journey of creating the 10-part series. It will address mental stress and how to deal with it. She'll bring in experts in the field to be special guests, and there'll be a Q&A, book giveaway, and information for mental health help. I think that this, like another application that I read, is I think as of much benefit to the applicant as it is to the community and the public. And I really appreciate how it's just a very positive thing to bring to us. I think if there were areas for improvement, it would be that the applicant provided samples of writing and states past experience with a script writing course, which I think is great. But I think a stronger application would also document past experience with the audiovisual aspects of YouTube podcasting. And if there isn't past experience, then a plan as to how to learn that aspect of the project. I think that would greatly strengthen this opportunity. This is a great project with a lot of benefit. A future application would really just benefit from detailed fleshing out of project logistics. I had a question that maybe the other panelists can address at some point with their comments, but my understanding is that there is some sort of relationship with the Dayton Metro Library and the applicants. So if you wanted to address that, I know that a big expense in the applicant's budget was for the rental of the Dayton Metro Library. So if you guys know the answer to that, that would be great.
Thank you, Jenny. And we're going to open up the floor for Martha and Lorraine.
I honestly don't have much to add. I also felt like this was a very strong application. Um, I will just echo what Jenny said. I think if there was any room for improvement, it would probably be what she's already shared. No need to restate.
Yeah, I thought this was a great application from an emerging artist, especially about how the artist was very transparent about how this is a YouTube opportunity that would allow them to build into a creative work, utilizing a format that they hadn't had a lot of experience in before or had not used before. But I agree, like maybe even just a quick audio work sample would have given us an idea of like how this will sound or look as a podcast. And I like the idea of doing the live event at the library. But yeah, I don't know the answer to your question, Jenny, if there was like a stated thing. I really appreciate the detailed budget and timeline as someone who's not an artist myself. That's very, very helpful because it is something that I can relate to. My only other question was maybe some more or examples or thoughts about how the work will be promoted. Again, this is a space podcasting that's there's a lot of options. So how like more detail about like how are they going to get the word out to let people know about it. But really enjoyed this application. Thought it was a good start.
Thank you. Thank you, Jenny, Lorraine, and Martha. All right, up next we have applicant 020726, and the primary reviewer is Martha.
Let me just get my notes up here. All right, so applicant 020726 is a professional visual artist who is seeking funding for a 2-week residency at the Vermont Studio Center in 2025, with the hopes that this 2-week residency would lead to the creation of a new body of work composed of paintings, drawings, and paper sculptures to be exhibited at the Dayton Metro Library. So I enjoyed how the artist came right out and said that they're a working parent. She's a working parent, and and how it is difficult to carve time and space to be creative, particularly mentally creative. This artist has invested in her home to carve out space to work on her art, but then that opportunity to mentally step away is really what they were seeking in this residency. The Vermont Studio Center, it provides, you know, kind of an all-encompassing accommodation and everything an artist might need, as well as, and I thought this was interesting in the application, she stated that it was an opportunity to engage in other artists, to have some collaborative feedback while doing the residency. And I think that it's not that she wants to go, you know, be alone in a cabin somewhere. It was about collaboration at this place that had other artists that she could bounce off of. So I enjoyed that. Um, you know, let's see. It would, you know, and I got the sense that it was an opportunity to grow as an artist too. I liked that while this applicant had quite the CV, this is a residency opportunity that I got the sense it was a slightly different direction for their artistic work. It wasn't clear if they had already been accepted into the residency program or not, and perhaps I missed that. I think, you know, we've talked about how it's difficult in this grant application. It's hard when you're projecting a year in advance or even 6 months in advance to make sure that you have locations or things like that. But perhaps they're waiting to apply or have already been accepted, you know, that sort of thing. So that would have been nice. But I also enjoyed, there were some thoughtful next steps about exhibiting at the Dayton Metro Library and the Rosewood art. So I like that they pulled in the Rosewood, some other, you know, something other than the library, although I love libraries. This is more of a comment on the application, because I know, Ren, you're looking for that, like how to do that. We have a link in the application if someone is working with a mentor, and they can include a link in that mentor's work. But for these residency programs, it's nice to have a link of, like, if you're going to do something, you know, just include a link to that. I'm a little bit, I think, at an advantage because I grew up in Vermont and I know of the Vermont Studio Center. So I'm familiar with the program, but I know that that would not be the case for a lot of other panelists who don't know how comprehensive this program can be. That's a little ticky-tacky comment, not anything on the writer, the applicant, but just, you know, just something to take note of.
No, Martha, I actually appreciate that comment because that does go to how we can enhance the application based on feedback. So thank you.
Okay, so the rest of my notes, the public aspect of this, I know we keep talking about this, and I know we've already talked about how we'll discuss this later about how maybe it's the way the application is written, but this is something that I, as other reviewers have mentioned, you know, I want to know more than just, here's my work. Who are you drawing it? You know, I really liked about the application, it did mention exploring the interplay of human relationships and the importance of mindfulness, and maybe there's a connection between this applicant is taking the residency to be mindful about their work, to create something new, and then that can be part of the public benefit about how we all need rest and reflection in our work. I'm just, you know, I would have liked to see more connection there. And but other than that, I mean, it's a lovely opportunity. I didn't have any comments on the budget or anything like that. You know, I think, as we've said, it just details, details, details. Those are the things that help us as reviewers who aren't familiar with applicants' work put context around it if it's feasible in the year. So I think that's it.
Thank you, Martha. Now we're going to open up the floor if Jenny or Lorraine has any comments.
Yeah, just two things. One, Martha mentioned whether or not this applicant has already applied for this residency or not. And I shared that same question, but I will say that I like the fact that she let us know she had already allocated time. She planned for this. So whether it's going to be in one of those 3 months she mentioned, she's got this on her radar and she knows what she's going after. And I really appreciated the reassurance that it's not just up in the air, like, oh, if I get this grant, then I might go. No, she knows when these residencies are available to her, and I like that. The other thing that Martha mentioned, she asked the question, who are you drawing in? And there was something that this applicant mentioned in the public benefit section. She said, by exhibiting in public spaces like the library, I am to create a space for reflection and dialogue, encouraging viewers to consider their own experiences through the lens of the artwork. And I like that because it speaks to exactly who her audience is. She wants like-minded artists to come in and not only just be able to look at her art and say, "Oh, this is beautiful," but they can also look inward and see exactly how they can relate to her artwork as well. And I really appreciated that.
I hope I'm not repeating anything that Martha and Lorraine said. I think a strength of this application was that her budget was well documented and it was in line with her project. I appreciated that. Um, Same thing that Martha talked about, but slightly different. I think a stronger application would have specified in smaller increments how the artist was going to achieve her goals, especially if she's going to the August 25 residency and wants to exhibit in fall of 25. I think her timeline was broken. It was very different than the other applicants. Her timeline was broken into the residency, the creation of new work, and then the exhibition, and then was very descriptive, but not very comprehensive. Like I feel like it talked about these are the kinds of things I want to focus on deepening my exploration of gestural drawing and translating. I think that was helpful, but it wasn't like, well, how and when? And that's the kind of thing I would have liked to see. Now I'm a musician, so this is completely out of my lane. So maybe this is obvious and I just don't understand it. But I think a stronger application might include the direct connection between her public benefit workshops of drawing skills, composition, building concepts, and drawing with her goal of exploring color at the residency. I didn't quite understand how those two things were connected, and maybe they are, and I just don't know it as a musician. But I think this is an excellent opportunity for her, and as also a working mother with children, anytime you can go just be creative for 2 weeks and not have to do dishes is like amazing. So rock on.
Yes, I totally understand that. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you, Martha. That was wonderful. Let's get into our next applicant. Our next applicant is 020719. And our primary reviewer is Lorraine.
All right, this applicant is a professional audio-visual artist. His description is to create a documentary of Dayton hip hop culture. I felt as though overall, very well crafted proposal. I can see that through his artist statement, he is very well cultured in hip hop. He has been on the scene for decades, whether that be just in being young and being around the culture, being directly involved as an audiovisual artist, having been exposed to different artists in Dayton and beyond. Um, he has traveled, been to Detroit, and anyone who knows hip hop and music, Motor City is on the map. So you can clearly see that he knows about hip hop for sure. What I found to be a phenomenal opportunity is that he's looking to create this documentary that doesn't seem to be anywhere, educating not only himself further, but also those who are going to be a part of this documentary and the Dayton community and beyond about the rich history of hip hop in Dayton, Ohio. And I think that that is phenomenal. Um, I felt as though the work sample that he provided, I don't know, the picket fence, the first upload, I wasn't exactly sure how connected that was to the documentary. It definitely spoke to his credibility in the industry, but I don't know that it was directly connected again to the project. Um, I like the fact that it's going to be collaborative. It has to be. It's a documentary. So he's speaking about interviewing people, getting into the actual community and the culture to advance this particular project. Um, when I looked at the timeline, understanding that in this type of artistry, you can't really give specific dates. I do think he did a good job of giving us um, a working timeline. It seems as though he didn't make things more difficult for himself by trying to give those specific dates. And I appreciate that here because there's going to be a lot of editing. There's going to be a lot of things that you have to go back and comb through to make sure that it all fits. I'm not sure that this level of a documentary can be done in 7 months. And that was one concern that I had because I anticipate if he wants to go as deep into the history and the culture of hip hop in Dayton, Ohio, that is going to be a lot of information, a lot of interviews to comb through. And I'm not sure that 7 months is enough to do start to finish, which I believe is what he's proposing here. Um, and just in alignment with the timeline is the cost. The budget that was presented, it almost seems to me that he's only requesting funding for the filming. But in the rest of the application, he speaks to all of the other elements and components that have to be done. And I'm not sure that the $5,000 request is going to be enough. So my concern is, do we have an application here that might be a little bit misguided? Um, Maybe it needs to be split into two parts and he's really requesting for one part. I'm not exactly sure that $5,000 is going to be enough to truly get a documentary done with all of the equipment that's needed, the locations, the time, the traveling. I'm just not sure this budget is an accurate one. I appreciate the documentation that was provided. That does help provide some context for things, but I'm just not so secure in that. But overall, I do think that what he presented is a phenomenal opportunity, not just for him, but also for the community at large, especially those who have no idea how rich hip hop culture is in Dayton.
Thank you, Lorraine. Now the floor is open for Jenny or Martha if you have any comments that you would like to add.
I think one of the strengths of the application is that this is the first time the artist will be able to evolve from performer, MC, b-boy to historian and documentarian. I think that's a pretty amazing transformation to make. Um, Everything that Lorraine said, I completely agree with. Again, I'm always doubtful of things that are not in my lane. I'm not a filmmaker, but it just didn't feel right. I was like, $5,000? And I didn't feel like the amount of money that the applicant had awarded to filming was enough. It just didn't feel like I can't imagine a documentary being made with that little money put toward that area. Again, also not being a filmmaker, but just, I listen to a lot of podcasts and I think about how we create arcs and stories and structure. And I think we all try to hit beats. Like when we want to tell a story, there's some things we want to know that the person we're interviewing is going to ultimately say. And so we kind of set them up for that moment. And what that is I think a form of script writing. And I didn't see anything here that addressed how he's going to write prompts or what kind of story arc he is seeking to create as the progenitor of the project. So I felt like it wasn't fully realized. I think that the opportunity is not yet fully realized, and maybe a little not realistic based on money. But I do think that the artist's passion for this project is its absolute strength. This man loves Dayton and he loves hip hop. And those are the kind of people that we want to be elevating to continue to make our city better and to support artists like him who are doing this kind of great work. So I hope he applies again, and I hope he takes all of this and reworks it and says, okay, I'm only going to do one phase of the project or whatever it may be. But this is a really a lovely project. I do appreciate it.
I also noted that this was definitely, I saw the growth from being an artist himself to, looking, from a different direction. And what I really love about this project and documentary filmmaking is that the end product is relevant long after the project is completed. This is something, a finished product could be taken to schools or other groups or, or shown at the Neon or Little Art or, or something like that way years after and still have relevancy and value. But also I just want to hit the note that I felt like timeline budget was vague, and I'm also not anything remotely filmmaking or documentary, but it did also sit a little bit like I'm not quite sure here. We got sample uploads of the artist himself, but given that this is a documentary and mentioning, interviews, I would have loved to see some examples. I wouldn't, obviously you cannot create a full list of, okay, here's everyone I want to interview and highlight, but I would have liked, again, being, I work in classical music, so this is something that I'm not familiar with. So I would have liked to know, okay, I'm going to interview this person and this is their contribution. That would have helped me as a reviewer to know a little bit more about who he was thinking about interviewing. I love that this application highlighted, like, we've done some really great things highlighting Dayton's funk legacy, and this is something that we haven't talked about. So I think it's a great potential, but I would have liked to see more connections about distribution of the film. Again, how is the end product going to be delivered? So, but the beginning is totally there.
Thank you so much, Martha. All right, is there any more comments? Are we good to go? All right, we're doing great on time. So our next applicant that is up is 020720, and our primary reviewer is Jenny.
This applicant is a professional visual artist. Her project is to travel to Buenos Aires for residency and or a local engagement to work on an 8-piece noodle series and exhibit at Casablanca Studio on Front Street upon her return. I think the strengths of the application are that it is extremely well thought out and clearly states how the project will expand not only her creative output, but her artistic identity. For so many of the reviews we've had, we just said, gosh, we just wish there were more specifics. And even though you can't say for sure, we wish we would have known more. I think this applicant nailed this part of it. I think due to the timing of the residency applications, the applicant supplied the panel with 3 scenarios and fully worked it all the way to the end. What would have to happen for any one of these 3 scenarios, what the budget would look like, what the timeline would look like. It was very much in line with her timeline. The budget was in line with her timeline. And I could not be happier and more appreciative that she didn't make me guess. Well, I don't know. What if it has to be self-guided? What if she doesn't get into any? She made it clear. I mean, she's going to go to a thing where she eats pastries. I want to know that level of detail. I want to know all of these things. So that was phenomenal part of the application. I just think there's a very high likelihood that this project will go from conception to execution. By the way she writes, by the way she presented, I have no doubt that if we award her the money, it will happen. I do think there's one area of improvement over the application, and that while the applicant seeks to inspire others to connect with broader cultural narratives, I think a stronger application might have incorporated additional elements beyond the expected exhibition. And I've said that for almost everybody. It's just, I want it to be more than just the work. And she talks a lot about how art and travel, she wants people to understand the sort of, I think, transformations that can occur and how art comes into play. And I see that, and I felt it. I just felt like there could have been a creative way for her to utilize the noodle series beyond the exhibition, beyond just what would happen in that space for however long it took. whether she could extend to, you know, her other art community or to children or whatever. I mean, I know we all have limited bandwidth and we don't want to do things that we don't really believe in, but I do think there had to be something just a little bit more. It's a great project. The artist will undoubtedly grow from it. So I wish her the absolute best. It's a wonderful application.
Thank you, Jenny. And then we're going to open the floor to Lorraine and Martha.
Phenomenal application. I have nothing to add.
Yeah, no, great. I'm just gonna repeat this only for other applicants. The fact that this applicant gave us multiple scenarios in the timeline and budget, it showed me that she put a lot of thought into how I'm gonna get there. Like she wants to get there, but she had multiple avenues. Well, if this doesn't work out, then this is gonna work out, you know, and I really appreciated that. I also liked that idea of connecting with travel as more than just here are the top things that I'm going to hit that everybody else sees. Like she really wanted to immerse herself in the culture and then inform her art because of that. The and you know, I also felt like this was a logical next step in expanding their work and growth as an artist, which is, I think, part of the rubric of this grant application. We want our artists to grow, and that was very clear. The only thing I think I noted that might make it a little bit stronger is that she stated in the application she is a part owner for the gallery that she's exhibiting in. So that's a very easy, like, I'm going to do this work and then I'm going to show it in the gallery that I already know I have access to. So I wonder if there's other ways that could broaden that audience. You know, people love travel, they love sightseeing, and this is going to be a really unique look at a location that maybe many of us haven't been to. So perhaps there's other ways that she could exhibit this work, or, you know, or even while she's in Buenos Aires to, you know, maybe, you know, take some photos or things like that that could correspond with, you know, I was at this, you know, residence or bakery or whatever, and this is the noodle person I created, or, you know, some other tying into the culture that's very different from our own, and how could she bring that to Dayton? So, but yeah, I was very excited. I thought this is something I would go see.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you, Jenny. We're going to go to our next applicant. We have applicant 020737, and our primary reviewer is Martha.
All right, so this applicant, him is an emerging artist who works in the medium of digital photography. And the goal of this grant would be to showcase nature photography with shared characteristics of animals that mirror human existence across habitats, and also promoting public awareness of nature's rewards. I enjoyed in the project details that the artist is trying to understand and grow from, you know, maybe what started as a hobby and trying to, you know, clearly identified as that emerging artist to look deeper into their photography. In the application, he made the statement, I believe there is so much to be learned from nature. So Earth is cohabitated for everyone and everything. And in this project, each photograph will be accompanied with a description that both children and adults can enjoy and learn from. I just thought that was a great opportunity. It's more than just taking pictures. He was going to, you know, then use that lens, that artistic viewpoint that he had as a learning opportunity and as a way to really exhibit for the first time. And that's what this opportunity would do. They did state in the project details that this would be a life-changing opportunity because they've had many obstacles in life and they've persevered. As an emerging artist, choosing an artistic path isn't something that people choose lightly. So I would have liked to know, like, what were some of those obstacles, perhaps, or why is the focus on nature so important to that artist? You know, it really spoke to them, but I didn't get that sense of, like, was there a moment when he realized that advocating for nature was what, he wanted to do. I thought the public benefit was pretty strong. The application stated the target audience was schools, businesses, public officials, friends and family. It stated that, the reason why is that most people, I mean, I felt like this was very optimistic. He stated that most people want to do what is right and want the best for where they inhabit, and the arts are a way to, kind of bring that together. And improve quality of life. So I like that lofty statement to create around that art and photography. I would just say as an individual reviewer, I would have liked more specifics. The connection between nature and humanity is a very broad topic. So in what direction specifically would they want to go? Is it the damage that we're doing on the environment? Is it to preserve, so I just would have liked more connections. The sample work was fabulous. I thought the timeline and budget was reasonable, very clearly stated, producing these large scale works. Sorry for that. And I just thought this was a strong application for an emerging artist. The greatest strength was just being honest about this is a next step for their work. But overall, good application.
Thank you, Martha. Let the other reviewers know that the floor is open for Jenny or for Lorraine.
I agree with what Martha said. The only thing I would add is what the application made me feel. And I appreciated how they talked about, like Martha has mentioned, they're an emerging artist. This is new for them. This is something they're exploring themselves, and I appreciated that. I I wasn't sure what to think of it until I got to the work sample. And when I opened up the work sample, what I felt was exactly what they had shared in their artistic statement. And I appreciate that connection because had it not been for the work sample, I would still be trying to figure out what exactly they were after. And so that's the only thing I would add is that they did a really good job of connecting me with how they express their art in words to the actual work itself.
I think one of the strengths of this application was that the artist would undergo amount of growth that would be, I mean, very transformative because it's not just about the making of the art, but it's about the business aspects of it, about helping him learn how to sell art, hang, market, frame his work, coordinate and network with gallery owners and other artists. I think this is a really great opportunity for him. I think the areas of improvement are that the application I think would have been much stronger if he would have said something and then explained it or made concrete what he was saying. For instance, there are a few mentions of mentorship and constructive criticism, and he doesn't. A stronger application would have then said, "This is how I intend on seeking out that feedback." Like, are you just listening to people in the gallery? Are you hearing from Ed Dixon? How are you getting this mentorship or feedback? As I've said, for almost everyone, I think a stronger application would have broken down the 2-month chunks into smaller increments, thereby increasing the chance of him achieving his said goals. And this was picky, but I think, it's very clear. You put the budget here and then they put documentation here. I think the budget was kind of placed in a strange area. The expense breakout sheet, it just, the way the material was presented was, I understood it once I opened up everything and looked. I'm like, oh, that's just in the wrong place. But it would have been nice if that would have been in the correct place. I think it's an excellent opportunity for the artist. I would encourage future applications to just be written in a clear way that directly respond to the prompts. And if ideas are mentioned, just make sure you're talking about how you'll execute said idea.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you, Martha. If y'all want to like to take a few minutes to just make sure your comments and scores are up to date, that would be great. Before we get into our last applicant here. All right, you.
Desiree, can
And
I say something real quick?
yeah.
Because this
Please
is
do.
something that's come up multiple times as well, and I just want to be transparent about having these conversations with the panel. But it's hitting me now, Jenny, since your comment and the timeline has come up multiple times about wanting detail. I'm going to double check this, but I think one of our samples that we share with applicants is written in 2-month increments. And so I think part of what's happening is people are following that sample. So again, like I feel like it's important for you all to hear that information and for applicants to hear me sharing it, because clearly I will stop sharing that now. So that's what I mean about this as a feedback loop. And I just want you to know that that's part of what's happening with the timeline. They're following something that CultureWorks provided them.
Okay. Thank you, Ren. Perfect. All right, we will get into our last applicant, 020743. And our primary reviewer is Lorraine.
All right, this applicant goes by he, him, his. He's a professional acrylic paint and on canvas fabric artist. His goal is to exhibit new works that illustrate his mental, physical, and spiritual experience being an African American in America. I found looking at his artistic statement that he is very passionate about his work. And looking at some of there was one particular document he provided that showed all of the works that he's been involved in. And I found that to be very impressive. And I could see that the way he communicates about his work clearly shows that he's a very well-established artist. Um, the work sample that he provided was a link that took you to a portfolio. And one of the things he talked about is that he strives to communicate his art because he has this connection of observation to art. Most people, someone like me who's not a visual artist, I can't paint anything, draw anything. I don't understand that connection of you seeing the world so vividly and so colorfully that it's just intriguing to you. I can't understand that. And so in reading his actual application, I understood it conceptually that he chooses to observe and take a back seat, let the world happen in front of him, and then spill out exactly what he sees and feels onto a canvas with paint. I found that to be just phenomenal. And I could see it in the work that he presented. And so I like the fact that he connected me to those two things in his world, which is exactly what he said he wanted to do. Bear with me. One of the things that I looked at that I wasn't really sure about was he mentioned he wanted to go on tour with this exhibit, but I didn't see where he might have wanted to go. And with an artist as established as he's presented himself to be, I would have liked to have seen him share where. He did mention that he wanted to collect data. Having this exhibit would allow him to really look deeper and see exactly what places it might have been perfect for him to actually show his work. But I would imagine you've got some places in mind, and if you don't, I wonder why. Um, his timeline, I thought was reasonable, but I also would have liked to have seen more details about exactly what was going to happen. To say create artwork for exhibition, what does that entail? What goes into that? I would have even liked to know kind of where he's going to be doing this. Does he have his own studio? Is he gonna rent space? I don't know how. I think he took it really, really easy, and I would have liked to have known more. He was it seemed as though he was so confident in his skills that he didn't really have to go much further than someone who maybe is still emerging. Um, His budget appeared to be accurate. I had one major concern, and I think it's nitpicky. He mentioned that he gets paid $100 an hour, and under the line item where it talks about what he would pay for out of pocket himself, he has his salary there. And I don't have a problem with that. I just don't know how necessary it was because it's not a part of what he's requesting. I just don't know that it was needed. It kind of made me question more than what I think was necessary. Um, Other than that, I really do feel like this was a very well-written application. Just a few little things that I would encourage anyone really, but don't get so confident in your skills and ability that you assume people just know how great you are. Tell me more. Make sure that I understand if, you never met me, you never knew me. Make sure I know where your passion truly stems from. Give me every detail you can, especially in the grant writing process.
Thank you, Lorraine. That was beautifully stated. Does Martha and Jenny have anything else to add?
Sure, I can go next. I think again, being an artist that loves data, a little strange, but he actually says that he would gather the data and content needed to market his new body of work. I think it's so smart. I think any person who has multiple skills in different areas just becomes just more of a threat. Not a threat's not the wrong word. I'm thinking like basketball, like triple threat. But I mean, it just seems like he's got all of his senses about him. He's clearly a wonderful artist, but he also has business acumen to say, like, I'm really going to figure out what's going to work so that I know how to use it for future exhibitions. Appreciated that. And this was another project that I thought was of equal benefit to the community as it was to the artist. I think the area of improvement, it was very, did anybody wonder why he's exhibiting at the Dayton Convention Center? Because
Yes.
Yes.
That was my biggest thing.
it's so expensive. And so I was thinking, okay, maybe it's because he wants art to be more accessible, that when you have art exhibition at a gallery, people are intimidated. I don't know. But even I would have liked a description or a discussion of why there. That was just such an odd and very expensive choice. And I think a stronger application would have a second again or third reader proof the application before submission, just so you go out for that next grant, you nail it because it looks pristine. It is pristine and it looks pristine.
Yeah, Jenny, that's almost identical to my comments. I didn't there was such vibrancy in the work examples, and there was thought about like this was going to be a new body, and then I got to the part where it's going to be a 1 day exhibit at the Dayton Convention Center, and I was like, 1 day? Like what if I have a conflict that day? And it's just so I I thought, this having it only be open to the public for 1 day seemed like like the artist was depriving us of that opportunity. And I also felt like the Dayton Convention Center, there's so many other places to exhibit a work, that would have been less expensive. One thought about the Dayton Convention Center that might not have been mentioned, it did occur to me, is that maybe there's an event happening that like would tie into that. I was trying to like why? Yeah, I was very like why? Um, so I thought that was my only big concern. And again, what Jenny said, and just for all of our applicants, have a friend take a look at it. proofread it, ask questions. It's always a good, as someone who's a grant writer, it's always a good idea to have someone look at your application before you submit, because a friend or family member is going to notice things that you don't. So
Thank you all. Any last comments before we close out? All right. Thank you, Lorraine, again for your review. It was beautifully stated. Martha, Jenny, you all did such a great job in being very clear and concise, as long with Kevin, Vicky, and Courtney as well. It has been a pleasure being able to be just the panel chair this year and to hear everyone's just amazing applicants. I mean, the applicants really put in good work. The panelists did an amazing job of clarifying what needed to be done, what things that were great, what things needed to be worked on. And I hope that people were able to like grasp all of that and take a hold of it and write it down. And I'm not going to toss it over to Ren.
Thanks, Desiree. I just want to say a huge thank you to each and every panelist, and to you, Desiree. This really was wonderful to listen to. And I definitely was taking notes the whole time about just listening to all of you about how to build on this for next year. I really, really appreciate your hard work and your time, because I know you all really thought about your comments from beginning to end of this review today. I wanted to say to the attendees who are still in the room that this session has been recorded and it will be posted to CultureWorks YouTube page, and I will also email it to those of you who went under review today with a timestamp, so that you know where your review actually takes place in the film and you don't have to sit through the whole recording unless you really, really want to. It would be definitely an education, I think, about you know, strength, how to find your strengths in grant writing, and what things to avoid in grant writing if you did ever decide to make a study of this. Some really strong feedback throughout these hours today. Thank you to everyone who attended, and really appreciate everyone who put in the time today. Just a reminder that the Artist Opportunity Grant is funded by Montgomery County, processed through MCACD, and administered by CultureWorks. And please, everyone, applicants, watch for an email from me within the next 24 hours. At this point, we're going to have to ask the attendees to please leave so that the panelists can enter a closed session and make some final decisions as we begin to determine our funding. So thank you, everyone.